That's how I
Oh.
get through my recaps.
No, you don't. You don't drink.
If I drink.
Call it out.
Yeah. You had like one sip of whiskey yesterday, or before yesterday.
And half a glass of wine today.
Really?
Yeah.
I want booze too.
Well,
She's sad now.
there's a corner shop around the corner, I'm sure.
I can't
You need,
send
like,
the
a 10-minute
kids.
break
I
right
can't.
now?
I can't
No,
send the kids.
You
No.
can't.
No,
You cannot send a 15-year-old to buy yourself
no,
alcohol.
no, because they're not allowed to
That's-
sell. Yeah,
That's definitely.
it wouldn't even be alcohol. It would be like a tiny
But
bottle of
it's for
rum.
my mother, I swear.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know that.
but yeah. So yeah.
Okay.
Excitement.
Yeah, Chris.
Well, you know, I'm just gonna read the bullet point list in Discord.
I will
right?
fucking murder you. You know that. You had so much time to prep
No,
the
I didn't.
recap. Yes.
I was gonna do it Wednesday and you didn't stream. No, I was gonna do it Wednesday, but you hadn't uploaded the video.
But
and
you
I didn't
had the
wanna watch it on
Twitch thing.
Twitch.
You could
I
have watched
didn't
it on
wanna watch
Twitch.
it on Twitch.
Why
because
not?
Twitch is trash for stuff like that. YouTube's much easier. And
Ouch.
you then uploaded it on
Okay,
Thursday.
yeah, there we go.
So I was gonna watch it on Friday, and you didn't stream.
Yeah, because I was in pain.
Yeah, and then I was gonna do it yesterday, and then we were too busy doing other stuff. And then I was gonna do it this morning, and we were too busy doing other stuff. So it didn't happen.
There's
So
always an excuse. Always.
Always.
This is why I had a bullet point list panic in Discord 20 minutes ago for this is what I think happened. Did I miss anything? Because I actually couldn't remember how the session started
Well,
other than we started at 8 p.m.
Well, I wanted to suggest this last time because we're not that many people to begin with. Should we just do it like in order every week? Or should we have people volunteering? Because if I have people volunteering, it's gonna always be complete silence. I know that.
Well, that's why it's not volunteering. It's roll a dice. I prefer the roll a dice method
It's an
because
extra
if
bit of fun.
it's a little bit of extra fun and it forces you to at least try to pay attention. I'm terrible at paying attention in general, but if I knew that every 3 weeks my turn was coming around for that session, I would be writing notes as I go.
I will now retreat to a corner and fucking cry. When your old man is like, I don't pay attention.
I don't want to sit and write notes because, oh, this teeny tiny little bit happened in this session and it's my turn to recap next week. The whole point of us doing this was for you to see what we remember and thus which parts of the session obviously piqued our interest.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
what
I
we
know.
enjoyed.
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's still
So-
sad when your old man says I don't pay attention.
I do pay attention. Of course I paid attention. I know a lot of what happened last week.
Well,
But
then you will have
sometimes-
no problem recapping it now.
Sometimes you need that 5 or 10 minute precursor to go like shit, like let me go through my head what actually happened, and then little bits make you remember other things, and then somebody will say something and then you'll remember it. Like I didn't remember the magical plant slowing us down until Arbol said something about we've got plenty of time to test our abilities. And I was like, wait, something happened last week where we were slower. And
that made you make that connection? Okay.
yeah,
Interesting.
like in my head, plenty of time triggered the something last week took longer than we expected.
Plenty of time. Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
So in my head, I was like, wait, oh yeah, the plant slowed us down. And then in our conversation, we asked her not to slow us down on the way out.
And she didn't.
And she didn't. Exactly. So I would have forgotten about that if we hadn't had a very quick Discord conversation. But anyway, I digress.
Yes.
Shall I jump into the best possible recap I can do?
Yes. Hit it off.
25 hours later.
Yeah, go
Just saying.
do it.
So the session started off with us getting ready to go to sleep at night. It was 8 p.m. when we picked up. the campaign last week. There were lots of little conversations going on in character. A little bit to do with Vinny, a little bit to do with the Panther and Cassius. Cassius had managed to get himself another gourd of alcohol and was sitting down to drink that. Lena was originally going to go to bed on time, but Cassius goaded her into drinking and then goaded her further into testing out some.
That was end of session.
Was
Yeah,
that
that was the
end
end
of
of
session?
Where are
yeah.
you?
Yep, that was.
They
But I
drank-
forgive you
they-
for it
they
because
did-
Cassius
they
does
did-
tend to drink a lot.
They
So
did
it's okay.
drink
Yeah.
twice.
You
Yeah,
did drink
we-
twice
They
because
drank
you did
one
drink.
where
You drank one at the start.
We started
bec-
sessions with the hangover where we woke up after the first night of drinking.
No, we
No.
didn't have an
we ended-
hangover because Viera helped us.
Exactly.
Exactly.
We
Yeah,
ended
yeah.
at the second night of drinking, so it makes sense if you.
You ended with the second night of drinking,
Yep.
and Vieira didn't want to cure you
Exactly.
because she wanted you to understand what a hangover felt like, and B, magically she was quite tapped out, so she wasn't going to risk it. So we definitely started with 8 p.m. at night, everyone going to sleep. You two didn't even give her a chance to set up watches. You were just like, right, we're going to bed, bye. And she was left kind of on her own. She crossed the river and climbed up into one of the trees that was about 150, 200 feet away with Ibrath keeping her company. And she did a trance for 4 hours, and Ibrath kept watch. And then she let Ibrath sleep while she kept watch. We woke up the next morning. Well, Vieira did because she was up bright and early. You two were hungover. Well, not quite, but sleeping off the effects, I think. And Vieira went herbing. She rolled a terrible survival check and basically found nothing of any value because she couldn't remember anything.
She had a gerbs, if I remember.
Heathering Gerbs, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, she was heathering gerbs. And she did tell Vinny that she would be back a little bit later. She was going herbing and to let you two know when you woke up. And you guys obviously woke up and didn't have your hangover, for starters. There was a bit of conversation between you about how amazing this alcohol was that you'd found because of that no hangover effect. And then Cassius stuck his head out the tent to look for where Vieira was, realized that she wasn't around. There was a bit of a conversation between you two about me just disappearing all the time and how we needed to have a bit of a better communication. And then Vinny started doing shadow puppetry to show you that she was actually picking herbs, which you figured out eventually. Vieira came back. It was about 10 o'clock in the morning by this time, I think. 10:30, somewhere around there. So you guys hadn't been awake that long, maybe like an hour, pointing out that neither of you bothered to stoke the fire, neither of you bothered to get breakfast, just saying. But Vera came back, you were kind of going on about the alcohol, and she was like, oh, well, I cured you in your sleep. And then we had the conversation on boundaries and not casting spells on you while you were asleep. But sure. That is roughly, I think, when Heftek showed up. And she was like, oh, you guys are awake. Great. Kind of teenagery emo, expecting us to be doing the hard work. We're here on vacation. I mean, seriously, did they not know this? So Heftek came to find us to let us know that the chief was ready. This is the part I'm very grey on. What happened between here and us getting in the boat to go downriver?
We pretty much speed talked everything
I think
through.
we speed talked it through and just said, yep, we're ready. We gave her a conversation. No, that didn't happen yet. There was a bit of conversation about her coming with, I think. And we said that we would wait for that. That's up to mommy and daddy to decide, technically. So we met with the chief. We gathered our stuff together, went over the plan again once more, sailed and I can never remember. I think it's north, so I think it's downriver. Because I vaguely
Downriver,
remember
yes, because
us
it was
having
faster.
decent time, and Vieira was walking alongside the boats with a breath,
Mhm.
not actually in the boat. We got to the edge of the fields kind of region. They got us to the other side of the river. We then said that we would meet them back, and they asked for a time limit. We said within 2 days. If you don't hear from us, then presume we're dead, and thanks very much, goodbye. We got ourselves prepared. Vieira told you guys what she was capable of doing. You guys nodded, didn't tell her anything about what you were capable of doing, and then we just all headed into danger. So we traveled for the first hour, not using advanced stealth techniques, because that's where the edge of the swamp is and the easier stuff. We saved the stealthing for deeper into the forest, and came across the Arbel is back. Came across the we first got slowed down by some magical plantation, and then managed to get our way through that. Got to the edge of this big swamp lake, where we realized this was obviously it. This is where the hut was. The water was churning very slightly in a maelstrom sort of pattern, and Vieira did protection from poison on everyone, and then we were gonna call out, and the lady stuck her head out the door, I believe. The spirit.
Mm-hmm.
And we kind of waved hello and kind of gestured that we'd like to come across, and she sent her fairy crab over to pick us up. So one by one, we scooted across to the little platform house in the middle of the lake, climbed up onto like the outside balcony area, and then waited for her to invite us inside. Went inside, had a conversation. No, first of all, she offered us some tea, I believe.
Yes. Herbal tea.
Herbal tea. And we settled down on the benches in the corner to have a conversation, which was very illuminating. We learnt an awful lot about the creation mythos of the world, the elemental spirits, the mantle of, I forget all of them. There was death, life,
And
fire,
therefore,
earth,
yeah.
air, water, and there was one more, wasn't there?
The mother and the father as well.
The mother and the father, that's right. They weren't mantles, so to speak, but yeah. Cassius noticed that the mantle of power was not mentioned at all. Yeah, so there was a bit of a creation mythos there. We learnt a bit about her sister is the one responsible for bringing the storm. She has two sisters, one of the mountain, one of the wind, I think it was, and she was the spirit of the lake, e.g. the water on and around the island. We learnt that the villagers had
one sister of the forest, one
problem.
of the mountain, one of the water. The wind is the
Forest.
mantle of wind. They call her sister because she's also a spirit.
Okay, that's where I got confused on that. So we learned that the problem facing them is that the spirit of wind is basically going to come through and create a storm, and normally this would have come down the river and been absorbed by the trees and the lake, which is no longer there because they've dredged it to make way for their farmlands. They've also cut down too many trees, so the storm isn't going to be guided down that spot anymore. And Grasa and Vasa had agreed to help the nature spirit kind of re-establish this. And by doing so, essentially what they were doing is helping the spirit to drain a little bit of the life energy from the men of the village to speed up the regrowth of the trees around that side of the lake, or the old lake, I guess we should say. We had a conversation about kind of which side of the lake it is that she's going to be re-establishing, so that we can make sure the village keeps it clear and clears the farmland and stuff. They also need to send 1 to 2 men every day to that area so that the nature spirit can grow them, so she doesn't have to chase them down as well. That'll help things. So we came to a whole host of solutions for solving the problems locally as best as possible, given the time and everything. We learned quite a bit about the different nature spirits. We also learned that it was beneficial for the locals to not be too buddy with the island spirits, because they might be exploited for that, potentially.
We also learned that the life mantle has changed and is now a Tiffany.
Yes, we learned that the life mantle is Tiffany and is a new mantle, so we aren't sure why I don't think we found out why they are new, though, did we?
No, we
Just
didn't.
that they were
No.
new. So we came to the conclusion that obviously the mantles change. But yeah, I think that's largely it,
And
conversation-wise.
that they are protecting something on that island.
Yes, they're protecting a shard or
a
something.
shard, exactly.
Yeah.
You don't know it's a shard. That was
Yes, only something that's important to the father.
precious.
That's
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
precious to the father.
That was
Yeah.
Chris remembering the old campaign.
No, I remember the name, the word shard, because she mentioned that.
You
Oh, really?
mentioned shard.
Okay,
yeah,
yeah,
I'm pretty
fair
sure
enough.
you mentioned shard.
Fair enough.
Because I don't remember shard from the old campaign at all.
It may have been mentioned outside of in the office talk.
Might have been
It
mentioned
might
in
have
office
been,
talk.
yeah.
So yeah,
So I think I brought shard into the office talk.
Could
we
be,
need to
yeah.
recheck.
But
Possibly.
technically, it's a shard. But technically, you guys don't know that.
Something important.
Yeah.
Something important. That's what we
Yes.
know.
We'll go with that. We thanked her for the tea. She was going to make us another cup, but Vieira interjected and asked her to show her how to make it. Because learning how to make herbal tea is better than drinking foul water on the road and having to purify everything. So we did that, and then we pretty much abruptly left, as far as I remember. Thanked her for her time, pointed out that she needed all the time she could get to fix the problem anyway, so we would go and sort this out. And then we travelled back. We asked her to make the plants not impede us on the way back, and she obviously agreed, because they didn't. The crab ferried us back across the lake, and we made our way back to the chieftain on the edge of the river. I think we were gone like 5 or 6 hours, something like that, in total. We weren't that long. Had obviously met the chief, had the conversation with them. We went back to the village, carrying with, I guess it was the men carrying the boats and us just walking along the riverside because it was quicker. So it took us a bit longer, and I think we got back around 7 or 8 o'clock at night. Something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
I remember it being like an hour after dark, give or take.
Yeah, and then you started. Well, 2 of you started drinking, and Vieira was like,
And
"I'm not
then-
gonna lesser restorate you, just so you
Yes.
know."
Yes, well, we've had that conversation about consent, and neither of them have consented, so that's fine. That's on them. One of them was begging me to do it, but that's not consent at the end of the day.
Is it not? There was
No.
very clear.
No.
Very clear
It's
consent from my
no,
side.
it's actually not enthusiastic consent. You see, there's a difference.
Yes,
Yeah.
there's a difference.
Yeah.
So Vieira was brewing poison on the side, and they were getting a little bit drunk and rowdy and a little bit high at this point as well, I believe. Cassius went to get some herbs.
Samira was getting high. Cassius was like, "I don't feel anything. I'm dead inside."
Boring.
Yeah.
Yeah. Only alcohol helps at this point. More.
And I think that's pretty much where we left off. Like Vieira moved away slightly because at one point they were a little bit. They got friendly, punchy. They were like play fighting.
Guess
Which
he
is
was getting his ass handed.
yes.
Playfully.
Which is what happens when those two run out of
I,
alcohol.
I would like
apparently.
to point out that the recap usually devolves into a group effort anyway.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So we finished the session with Vieira brewing poison and everyone getting enough experience to hit level 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Dun 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 dun. Yeah. So we've all had a week to think about how we're going to be actually playing this out.
Yeah, you already updated your sheets.
Yes.
Although
Pretty
you
sure
have
we've all
one day
updated our
before you
sheets.
start training, so
Do we?
yeah.
You guys still need to read.
Yes, they need to
Yeah.
read.
You got 2 days.
I think Cassius has 2 days.
You guys have some time before your training.
Yeah.
Vieira does not. But no, Vieira's probably. How do you want to start this session? Do we just want to go?
We're
from here?
starting from the evening, right?
Yeah.
There's no need. I think I already told you guys. There's no need to roll for perception because I'm not gonna make you roll useless rolls when there's nothing to see anyway.
Presumably, they also still have sentries on guard.
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
No, they
Okay.
don't.
Yeah, good to know.
Yeah, it's like you didn't manage to ruffle their fur.
Feathers.
Yeah, we encouraged them to go back to the peaceful ways.
We did, yes. That was something that we did point out last session, actually. Yeah.
You
We
did.
apologize
Oh,
for
yeah, you
bringing
did
suspicion.
also. You identified the ball.
Yep.
By the way.
And
Yes.
we determined that we were going to give it back to the next round of men to
Yeah.
go meet her.
Yeah, because we had no use for it. So
And because she was spying on us, probably.
So I guess we can forward to the next day.
we can do. Just before we do that, obviously Vieira was doing a brewing poison session. I don't know if you just want to cover that very quickly for me.
Yeah, I mean it should be the thing that we talked about. Like, I think it takes you 4 hours for the basic poison.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was just brewing a basic poison.
Yeah.
That's fine. I just need to
A
convert
basic
that from-
poison, as in the herbalism document, by the way, not the DMG. Not the
Yes.
basic from the adventure, like from the PHB,
I'm
but
just
the
gonna
basic
put it
poison
on
from the
my-
PDF. Because the
Yeah, but
basic
I'm putting
poison
it
in
on my
the
sheet as
yeah
the basic poison.
the basic poison in the freaking book is fucking useless.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, this is useless.
So that's fine.
It's twice as expensive as a healing potion, by the way, and it's fucking useless.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, enough of ranting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Boom. 6 a.m. This is when the sun rises, and activate. And I shall stop the campfire because there's no campfire in the morning. But there, new image. Look.
Yeah, very nice.
Yep.
I love the tent on the hill next to the tree.
Yes.
Amazing.
But this is what the village actually looks like.
So what kinds of trees are these? Birch trees?
No, they're not birch trees. You're not in video. No, they're not mangroves. How do you call the Amazon really tall trees? You know, jungle trees. Really tall jungle trees.
Don't know, yeah. Wouldn't know what to call them. Yeah. I'm wondering if... The reason I ask, just to throw this in there, is that I was wondering if it's possible to carve a bow from it.
Yes.
Is it like is it a pliable wood? Because obviously some wood is hard and you can't make a bow out of. Because that's what I might try and spend my extra day of time doing, as these two need to catch up.
It's called the kapok tree in real life. They're really tall,
Yes.
and they have those like grooves at the bottom, and they're really
They're good
huge.
for tapping for resin and rubber
Yeah.
as well.
No,
usually.
that's the rubber tree. That's the rubber tree.
Mm.
It's a
There's
different
bunch
tree.
of trees
You
in
They're
jungles,
good.
yeah.
They're good for tapping them for tree sap. Usually.
I think we all just simultaneously Google it.
It's like here, just to give you a vague idea of what I'm talking about here in OOC. That's the comparison size, right?
Yeah.
They're that large. Interspersed with smaller leafy trees and palm trees and that kind of stuff. But it's like, yeah, the vegetation here is very much very comparable to, if you want a real world comparison, to the Amazon.
Yeah.
A mix between, like, towards the coast, it's more like Caribbean, right? But yeah, it's basically Amazon jungle. It's as unforgiving.
Yeah. That's fine.
And dangerous. Life-threatening.
Yes. Everything is poisonous and will kill you.
Yeah. But yeah, you have like your little perspective like of where the tent is on the hill. So there you go. Because I wasn't happy with the original picture. I'm sorry for the digression. Because it was supposed to show the expanse of fields in the back, like it's actually where it opens up, right?
Yeah. And where they need to replant new trees.
No, that's on the other side of the river.
Okay. So yeah, so it's morning.
Yeah. Bier is gonna be up first, so.
Yup. I am going to head over to the village and ask them if they have breakfast for us.
They will have breakfast in the process of making it.
Excellent.
No, why?
Ginny busy playing in the background.
No, I'm not. I just set the timer to 5 minutes more, and it suddenly made it dark because reasons. Yeah. I'm gonna unhook it from the.
Okay, so like ready soon? Ready in a while? Will they just send someone over with some for us?
You can pick it up.
Sure. Right now.
Yes, when it's ready.
Okay.
It's gonna be ready in like 10-15 minutes.
Okay, well I'll come back in 10-15 minutes. That was
Okay.
my question. Yep. So she'll head back, and so it's what time? 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much a good time to wake the two of them up. So
it's gonna be
Viera
good morning.
Yeah, no, it's not going to be that bad. Viera's going to open up the tent and kind of gently wake up Samira and kind of shake her until she wakes up.
Morning.
It's very early in the morning. How's your head?
Not that bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want me to erase it?
Well, if you're alright with that. I mean, what do you have planned today? What do you have planned today?
Well, you two need to catch up on some reading, I think. I think you're finishing yours, aren't you? You're nearly finished your book.
Yeah.
And Cassius has a couple of days to go, but I figured, I don't know, I feel like I need to do a little bit of sparring. We haven't really done much since we got here. Like, we fought those sturges, but that was it.
Definitely, I need to catch up on my training regimen. I have been just reading the whole time. I am so far behind.
I've been practicing brewing some poisons and stuff. I'm not going to practice them on you, don't worry. But I think one of the things I'm probably going to try and do is try and make a new bow out of one of these trees. I'm sure the locals will know what wood is good for making a bow out of. But yeah, I fancy that I've never... It's something that my people do when a great thing has been done. They will sit down and carve themselves a new bow, and it's a reminder of... Obviously it takes time, so it's a reminder of everything that brought you to this point where you feel it's an achievement, and you sat down to carve this particular weapon, but it's also a reminder of the reflection of the time it takes, and the effort, and the skill, and it's been a long time since I tried anything other than just arrows and wooden figurines, so I wanted to give the bow a try, and like best case scenario, I end up with 2 bows and I can sell the other one when we get to the capital. We also need to have a discussion about what we're all going to do now that we're kind of finished here. I think, I don't know if the village will want to talk to us about what's going on, but I kind of feel like we've solved the problem.
I mean, when you were over there in the morning, sorry for the interjection, they were very cheerful and very friendly to you, even a bit more than prior. I mean, they were never really unfriendly completely.
No, to begin with, but at the same token, we still, as a group, don't know what their intention is right now.
But so, they are, like, more cheerful than they were prior.
Yeah.
Right.
But also, we've kind of solved the problem. They've given us some food for a few days, and we just wanted a quiet place to rest to finish the reading. We're kind of nearly there, so we need to think kind of as a group what it is we're going to do. Are we heading to the next town toward the capital and maybe see a bit more?
I think that's something we need to talk about as a group, but yeah, that bow thing sounds like a really nice tradition.
In the background, by the way, Matteo is like kind of walking slowly in circles and followed by Winnie trying to pat at the tail.
Yeah.
Trying to catch it and then like running, falling over and then trying to catch it again.
So yeah, it's quite early. I don't know if you want to sleep in anymore, but it's sunrise, so I figured I'd wake you up.
I'm very much on a time crunch, so I think I should get started. But if you are for sparring and any kind of like workout tomorrow, I'd be glad to join you after your other stuff.
Can do. Yeah. There's a couple of things I want to try as well. I haven't shifted into any kind of different form. I wanted to see if I could try some other forms, so I might try that today, but obviously away from the village, that they might be a bit scared if suddenly a bear shows up.
You know what I always wanted to do, but I never could?
What's that?
Brawling with a bear.
Brawling
now
with
I
a
can
bear?
Do it.
Well, potentially. I'm not sure if I can turn into a bear or not. haven't tried, so possibly. We'll see.
Well, if you can, give me a shout and
I'll let you know.
Yeah, we can figure out if your animal physique is something you need to adapt to.
Yeah. I think this one's gonna have a worse hangover than you.
Oh yeah, he just went loose yesterday. I don't think he has that good of a tolerance.
Oh. I think I'm just gonna leave him to remind him that sometimes life has lessons you should be learning.
Well, if he's still by midday pretty hungover, I'd say maybe he also has a time limit, so maybe help him along.
Maybe.
But you know, it's your decision there.
We'll see. Anyway. Wakey wakey Cassius, rise and shine.
Why?
Good morning.
Why do you hate me?
I don't hate you. If I hated you, I would have dragged you to the other side of the river and left you there.
Good fucking morning.
Yeah. You've got some reading to catch up on, I think. And also, I'm going to do you the favor of bringing you breakfast. And in the meantime, you can get yourself settled and start reading.
That's nice of you. Thank you.
Well,
Thank
it's not me
you.
making it, so it's the village.
So
but
you bring it over?
yeah. So anyway, I'll be back in a minute. So at this point, I'm gonna exit the tent and walk back over to the village to pick up the breakfast because it's probably been 15 minutes.
So you need a minute or two to,
I'm just gonna clear my head, and Cassius goes out of the tent and.
Yeah, in the background, Mattia goes, "Oh," which splits your fucking skull, right?
Oh my fucking god! Any of them, all of them. This is the worst. And I'm gonna head over to the river, and I'm gonna dunk my face in. And just like come back with soaking hair, looking like shit, feeling like shit.
So, what's on the agenda for you today? How long do you have left to read? You started after me, right?
I think like a day and a half. But this, and he points at his head, this is not going to work.
I figured. Well, maybe a bit of groveling will help veer along. But who knows?
I mean, yeah. Do you think those antitoxins that we have work against this shit?
I have no idea. Never actually tried.
Fuck it.
Never had reason to try.
Fuck it. I'm desperate. And I'm going to drink an antitoxin to help with to see if it helps with the hangover.
And you drink it, and you're like, any minute now. Any minute now. Any minute now. No, because the alcohol is not doing anything anymore. Your alcohol is already out of the system. What you have is the after effect of you not drinking enough liquid, and therefore you have a headache.
Well,
which an antitoxin will not solve.
Now I know.
No, poisoned.
Yeah. It helps if you do antitoxin or lesser restoration while you're still drunk, right?
Yeah.
But because you didn't do it, now you're hungover. Have fun with that.
Well, that's one antitoxin gone.
Now you know why Vieira cured you while you were still asleep.
Didn't work?
No. That didn't work.
I'm wondering, would this work? And I just poke him on the forehead, giving 1 HP, basically a little heal boost.
Yep.
No.
Oh, have fun.
How are you feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling a bit sore, like little bit, but otherwise I'm pretty fine. Wasn't that bad yesterday.
You're the worst.
I mean, if you don't know your tolerance, you can't adjust. So maybe try drink a bit less.
Less? No.
Yes, or get a better tolerance.
Okay, you've obviously not seen me in Alagon, Westgate this year. I was fine.
I was matching you drink for drink yesterday.
Yeah, but you're a big, strong woman. Apparently. Like, what did they feed you over there? Like, how did you get this way?
Exercise. Also, working. Just regular old work.
Working?
Yeah.
Can't
it's
be
not like
helped.
I ate protein like every day.
By the way, Vieira would be back by now, by the way.
Yeah, I was just sorting out my character sheet. Anyway. Breakfast!
Thank you.
Thanks.
That should help settle my stomach, and then I should be fine.
Good. So, unless you two need anything else, I'm gonna head off and speak to a couple of the villagers. Samir already knows. I'm gonna try and start
Oh,
crafting a bow.
Do you want to take the ball with you and give it over? Since you're already going that way.
Not particularly, but sure.
I mean,
Do
I
you
could
wanna-
do it as well if you don't want.
That thing gives me the creeps.
Okay,
I'm not.
gonna do that.
I'm
It's
definitely not.
Basically a magical eye.
Yep. I
Alright,
mean, you can help me out.
It's a little bit too late for that. I can give you some water,
Oh.
but if you want it cured, I have to cure it before you wake up, because it's essentially you're not poisoned by the alcohol anymore, so it's not going to do anything.
Hey, fine. Fine. That's the first thing I'm going to try to make when I finish this fucking book.
An antidote.
Anti-hangover.
Hangover cure.
Make us fucking rich.
If you think many people haven't tried
Don't
that.
think many people would be able to afford it, nor would they remember to take it if they were hungover. They would have to take it before they wake up. But yeah. So yeah.
Right. If you eat breakfast with us, Viera, then I'll just accompany you and bring the eye over, since you don't want to touch it.
Yeah, I mean, I can take it. It's not that I don't want to touch it. I'm literally gonna sprint there with it if you hand it to me, because I do not want my hands on that for very long. Can we not take it over in the bag?
Yeah, that was saying. But I'll come.
And handle it for the least amount of possible time as possible. That would be great. But yeah. So yeah, sit and eat breakfast with you guys. So kind of while we're here, I'm guessing this is probably the only part today where we're going to be sitting around together, probably tonight as well.
All
but
three of us, yes.
What are we doing now? Kind of, we said that we were going to solve the problems, and then we were kind of undecided, and we ended up solving problems just because of the out of balance nature here. But we've got a couple of days where you guys need to finish your books. That was kind of the whole point of us stopping here in the first place. Apart from that, there's kind of no reason for us to stick around here. I was saying to Samira just before you woke up, Cassius, that it's been a while since I've done any sparring training. I think the last round was a good 2-3 weeks ago, it feels like. To be honest, it feels like months because of all that time I spent in the desert. But I feel like we are not going to come across anything less dangerous in this world.
No, and definitely
we need to stay on top of.
Yeah, I definitely need to get back in shape. Like almost a whole 10-day I've just been reading.
Yeah. No, and I think we need to, especially me and Samira, need to figure out what it is that we can do exactly.
Yeah, potentially not around the village.
Possibly.
I don't know if there's anything more, but let's figure out what the villagers have in. I think they wanted to give us some sort of money or something. They mentioned as well. It'd be good to figure out how the economy works here.
Yeah, they mentioned something about coins from the Horn Many, didn't they? That they do for us as a reward. So
I think if you aren't against it, I think just sticking around here for a little bit, just
I'm fine sticking around here. Finish the books, do a little bit of sparring, then maybe hit the road.
Yes.
I've got a couple of things I want to do that will keep me busy while you guys are finishing your books anyway, so I can do that. And then maybe we should do a bit of group sparring as well, kind of 2v1, just to up the practice a bit.
I think also, Vera, if you don't mind, but I used to be kind of like good in hiding myself in cities, but apparently the gods have cursed us of being in forests, fucking swamps, fucking wherever, and I'm kind of losing my groove here. So I wanted
Okay.
to ask you if I could join you whenever you go out into the forest and see if I can just be
Blending
better.
in.
Yeah.
I can give you some tips. Yeah, we can do that. No problem with that. We can do a little bit of maybe we should go hunting and use that as practice.
What kind of creatures are around here?
Everything. I think you've seen most of it on the way here. Everything from you've got the small spotted cats to obviously Ibrath size big black cats. There are the sturges. A lot of it's kind of insecty. Snakes are around a lot because of all the swamps and stuff. I think it very much depends on where you go.
I'm thinking before we continue on, maybe in the city or anywhere else, and start a fight somewhere there, maybe I should, go off and try to find something to test how I'm doing with that beforehand. You know what I mean?
The first thing I'm going to say there is not on your own. Because
yes.
if whatever you find is too dangerous and you get poisoned, then you can't do anything about that.
That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah, I mean...
I'm figuring we find something and I'll just... You guys keep a distance, maybe keep Vinny with you too, so I can keep some sort of contact line with you all.
Can you talk to him when he's not near you?
Well, I've been able to talk to him pretty much all the time now.
But he's always been near you, hasn't he?
Well, even when he was in watch. I mean, we can try this. He can join you today if you don't mind.
Probably best that he doesn't for the first part, because obviously I'm going to go and talk to the villagers, and they might be a little bit freaked out by a shadow zooming around the village.
Then he can stay in the tent, and I'll just do a little bit of walking around.
Yeah, I mean, essentially what I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking to the villagers, maybe get one of them to help me pick out a decent branch, and then I'm going to spend the rest of my time here at camp today. That's my plan. I'm going to be carving my bow. Attempting to, anyway. So.
You do have a bow already, right?
I do. I was telling Samira though that among my people, there's very much this tradition of when you. The easiest way to explain it is that among your people, Cassius, you would probably achieve something great and then have a party to celebrate.
Oh yeah.
Among my people, when it's something of kind of character-defining importance, we've come through the tower, we found the Forgotten Tower in the first place. That isn't something half the people in our world who set out to do it accomplish. We've survived. We came through the trials. We came to the other side. These are all momentous things, really, when you look back at them.
I mean,
among my people,
pretty cool.
We celebrate that by, I mean, I very much come from the hunting aspect of my village. I was responsible for going out and tracking danger, potentially, to the village for the most part, but also tracking food and bringing food home. That was essentially my day job among my people. But in order to do that job, the bow is very much my best friend. It's a tool, yes, it's a weapon, it's self-defense, but it is my life. Without it, I can't hunt. I can't provide food, I can't protect. So for me, crafting myself a bow in celebration of all of the things I've achieved is something that is seen as very much normal among my kin. They would see it as almost, I wouldn't be the one to decide this normally, but my kin are no longer here around me. Normally somebody would come to me and say, you've done this, you should celebrate. by crafting yourself a bow, and they would normally gift you something to help you do that, like a bow string, and rely on you to make the rest of the bow yourself. But it's that kind of, you don't waste the gift, so you would craft yourself a new bow to match that string, and then it would just be a reminder of everything you did to get to where you are, and also a reminder that there are many more things to come for you to do and celebrate too. So that's kind of what I'm going to spend my time for the next day, or potentially 2 or 3, doing. And I figured you guys need to do some of your reading anyway to catch up, so might as well keep my hands busy. I'm also good with woodcrafting in general. So it's kind of practicing skills. It's keeping my skills up to date, making sure that I don't craft flawed arrows, that kind of stuff. So, yeah. So anyway.
Since we're potentially going to a city now, do you think you could, if you have time, try to figure out a we were talking about making glass arrows, and
we were. I think you mentioned the biggest problem is finding a heat strong enough to melt it in the first place.
Yes, and I was thinking, since we're going into a city soonish, there potentially could be some there. And if you are taking up carving again, maybe try and make some molds or something.
We could do. I mean, they might have something that can make molds better in the city. That's something we could look at in the city when we're there. Worst case scenario, I could craft something. Wooden molds aren't the best. I know from just kind of simple basics, lead molds tend to be the better ones.
Metals should be the best ones to work with.
But wood is like a good kind of makeshift if you have nothing else. But
maybe if you have some sort of design you want to try out, we could do a few versions beforehand to make into metal in the end.
We could do, yeah. Yes. Definitely could try it out.
Your thing too. You talked about hollow arrows and everything. It's gonna be kind of gifts to you.
Yeah.
Figure you should have design choices there.
I'll have to have a think about it, but I think there's a variety of different arrowheads we might be able to make for different reasons. I have some ideas. Some of them might involve Cassius too, a little bit more alchemical than just crafty. For example, obviously I can make a healing brew that you drink, but if we could make an arrowhead with a concentrated healing elixir inside it, that
is an idea.
That you don't shoot someone with, but if it shattered on the ground at their feet and it dispersed in a vapor, healing everyone in the cloud, essentially. That could be really useful.
I mean, that is interesting. I mean, from what I've read up until now, especially if you don't do the right ingredients and if you don't do the right exact amounts of things, you get unstable results.
Yes. So
I'm wondering if you could
experimentation.
Yeah, I'm figuring out if we could make something you shoot an arrow and it explodes.
Purposefully.
That as well.
Yes.
Yeah. You could make essentially, if you find 2 components that when put together ignite, and you literally have them in 2 separate glass chambers that when the arrow shatters, obviously they get put together.
That is interesting.
That is something, yeah.
I think it's going to be very difficult, but it's something to aim for.
Sounds exciting.
It sounds like it's master craftsmanship work for me. Like, very interesting.
Yeah, and you could apply a whole host of things. Just
something that sparks fire in contact with air and some oil.
Doesn't even have to be fire, and it doesn't even have to be damaging. For example, you've got your ability to summon light, Samira.
Mm-hmm.
Could you imbue that into an arrow? Suddenly you've got ranged
Yes.
light.
Yes, I can do that
So,
right now.
exactly. So something along those lines, we might be able to find an alchemical component that is colorless, doesn't interact with anything, but when you combine it with something else, it creates radiance, light.
Ooh.
Luminescence, phosphorus, something along those lines. I mean, I don't know much about it all, but there are things in nature that give off light, bioluminescence underwater.
Mm.
But yeah, stuff like that. So
Yeah.
you could create a whole host of things: light arrows, dark arrows, potentially. That's probably more a magical thing, though. But if we ever needed darkness to stealth our way through something, that would be super useful.
Since we are dealing with mist a lot right now.
I can create fog, so in theory I might be able to make that into an arrow. I don't know. Never tried. So,
but there's plenty of things like I've heard tale of very cold ice that gives wafts of fog of it, maybe.
Yeah. It could be that we can't do some of this without magic being involved. But enchanted items are not. I mean, for starters, I think we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. We don't really know much about what magic is involved in this world. The only thing we have learned is the magic comes from somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So if we are using magic, that comes from something, which is why the nature spirit's having to drain the life out of the men, essentially.
I just had a thought. In a hollow arrow where Vinny can go inside, you shoot it and he's suddenly somewhere else.
Yeah, that's certainly possible. He could also just attach himself to a normal arrow, though, I think. Couldn't he?
We'd have to see about, well, yes, he'd have to cram himself very thin, but it's workable.
Would he not get injured by the impact?
He should be fine. They should be fine. I mean, okay. We could try it out beforehand, but...
We could.
Seems pretty sturdy.
We could, yeah. All of these things are things we don't know until we try them, so... Better to know how it works before we need the situation where we have to use them. So. But yeah, so that's what I'm going to do today. I'm going to head off to the villages and see if I can find some wood for good carving.
I'll come with you. I'm pretty much finished with my bow right now, and I'll give over the bow then.
Okay.
I'll be here.
And Vinny will be here as well. Let's see if I can keep a contact line.
That'd be good, yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's been chasing Mateo around all morning, so I don't think he's going to be too bothered with you, Cassius.
Well, say fuck you! In the background.
Charming.
Yeah, because once in a while when he actually catches the tail.
Yeah, I don't think Mateo likes the tail being pulled. I should point that out. Like maybe pat him on the back gently. Not so much pull the tail.
I'll send a mental encouragement for Winnie to be gentle pets, like you children.
Yeah, you get basically a mental thumbs up of approval.
And here I was expecting it to be a mental left hand up, saying yes.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's like it's a mental left hand waving.
Yeah. Right, should we head on over then? Do you want to bring your bag?
Yes, let's go.
Alright, good luck. Don't get murdered.
You're the one alone over here, so you have good luck.
I think you're the one slowly dying, not us. Good luck with the headache. I'll see if the men have anything for the headache, but probably not. So yeah, head on over towards buildings. Aim for Murtag's building.
Yes. Okay.
In general, but waving hello, good morning to anyone else who's around, and just kind of looking for the chief.
Yes. Okay.
Is she around?
Yes. They're about now finishing breakfast.
Obviously, I came over earlier to get the balls from someone. We will put the balls down if we can see other people have put them down on the side to be cleaned or something. We'll do the same.
Yeah, I mean, you see women collecting it like basically into a basket and then carrying it to the river to be washed.
Yeah. So we'll slide them into the basket kind of as we're going over and thank them for the breakfast. That was very appreciated. Thank you. Cassius is still busy with his, so we'll bring his bowl over a little bit later when he's done. Good morning, Murtag. Christoph. My tongue struggles to say that particular tongue.
It means may the head greet you, because this is where we believe the spirit is.
I see. Very good. How are you feeling, first of all?
Much better. I'm still weak, still working on that. It will take a bit.
But no lasting effects, no problems?
No, this is just my muscles being weak from lying around for so long.
Good. Okay. Well, if there's anything I can do to help, let me know. But Samira and I have come over. Do you want to show them what we have, Samira?
We have something that should be returned to Spirit. I assume the party of men will go today as well?
They're leaving soon, yes.
Yes, if you could just give them to give it along, and I take out of the bag this little wooden ball. We forgot to return it last time, but figured now is
She takes it and looks at it. I was like, what is this?
It's something that the lake spirit gifted to, I can't remember which one, Vasa or Grasa? I think it was Grasa. But a part of me also thinks it was Vasa because I think she was looking for it.
We found it, and yes.
Either way, yeah, we found it. We know it's important to the spirit, and we know that Vasa or Grasa will be grateful for its return. So, if you could send that along the next time the men go, that would be good.
I will give it to them, yes.
Okay, great. Other than that, we're probably going to stick around for a couple more days, if that's okay.
Of course. You were of great help to all of us. You are more than welcome to stay. Whatever you need, if you need more information about the places you will go, or food, or knowledge that we can share.
That would be good. I think for now we're fine. These two, Cassius and Samira, have some reading they need to finish, so just a quiet, peaceful place for them to finish that is good. If the men have... They might laugh at Cassius for this, but if the men have something to help reduce the headaches from their gourds of
She
alcohol,
chuckles and is like, yeah, yes, we have.
Cassius might appreciate
we
something
have
like that.
cures for that, yes.
Yes. I would be interested in learning how you make that. The cures, not the alcohol, obviously. That might come in handy. Other than that, I noticed that obviously you're surrounded by magnificent trees here, and I intended to craft myself a new bow. So I was wondering if any of the men who hunt regularly they must craft their own weapons from the trees. I was wondering
Not
if
from
they
the
could point
trees, but yes, they do.
I was wondering if they could point out a good tree that would be good for making a bow.
Well, you can go with them on the hunt today. They can point out the materials that they use.
Yeah, certainly. I could do that. I don't particularly want to partake in any hunting, though. I didn't really want to stray too far from the village today. So I was hoping there might have been something a little bit more local.
Well, Halftech could show you.
Sure. I'm sure she would find the process dull and boring.
No, she's quite fond of crafting bows.
Oh, good. In that case, she might have some good suggestions for me. That sounds great.
I
And then
also have
perhaps...
something for you.
Oh.
As a show of gratitude, because we do understand that not all people share our values, or rather, the lack of valuing things. And she kind of waves to one of the women, and that woman like retrieves a pouch, a leather pouch. Sorry, a cloth pouch. Gets me every time.
Important distinction.
Important distinction, yeah. It's a cloth pouch,
Yeah.
very visibly heavy with coin, right?
Yeah.
And the woman hands it to Mortag, and then Mortag kind of like holds it in both hands and is like, "What you have done for us is of great value, of more value than the pieces of metal in this bag. But I hope that you will still accept it as our show of gratitude." And she kind of hands it to you. It's gold coins.
Won't even look. Thank you very much. It's much appreciated. I'm sure this will come in very useful when we head towards the capital. But yes, on the note of information, perhaps once these two have finished their reading, we can all reconvene and just have a little sit down, perhaps a celebratory departing, where we exchange a little bit of information and then head on our way.
Will you need guidance to the city?
No, I don't think so. I vaguely remember you...
will be good.
Yeah.
That should be fine.
Part of the journey is the exploration, for me.
Well, that direction is very easy. You just follow the roads.
Yes. I figured that there was probably a road. So yeah. No, otherwise that should be everything. If you want to send... Do you want to send Halftag over to the tent when she's ready?
She's actually calling out for Halftag, and Halftag shows up soon after, and Mordag will tell her to help you with the bow.
Cool. I think that's everything. Do you want to head back and carry on reading, Samira?
Yes, good idea. We should see about... Alright, thank you for your show of gratitude then, and we'll talk to you later about further things.
Yes, we will. Thank you very much. And Vieira will hand Samira the pouch.
I'll just move it over to the other one we have.
Yeah, I'll plop it in the bag for now. That you're carrying anyway, so... But yeah, Halftag? Trees for bow crafting. I'm told it's your specialty. Lead on.
Well, yeah, she will lead you on. What basically you get taught, this is OC, so I don't go too much into detail on boring bow crafting. It's basically a plant that's very similar to bamboo. So they're using a combination of plant fiber. And actually, this is the first time that Heftig will kind of begrudgingly admit, they do hunt animals for parts of the bow, because plant fibers are, for certain parts, too weak. Yeah.
Yeah. So they use gut string.
Yeah.
For the bowstring.
But the bow itself is like what do you call it? Like a laminated bamboo, wood, and leather. Very similar to, if you will, they're all using longbows, and mind you, they're all taller than you as well. But they are a bit longer than your longbow. You know, it needs
but
more.
That's okay, because I'll be crafting it to size. So.
Yeah, I mean, it is to your size. Comparable, I would say it's like similar to the style of the Japanese longbow, if you want, because this is the kind of materials they have here, right? So I went with that thing, so they will show you how to do that, matching your size, but it's a slightly bigger longbow. I mean, it's a longbow, basically.
Yeah.
Mechanically, it's a longbow.
Meanwhile, I will make my way to a campsite as we diverge paths, and during my walk, I'll just mentally connect with Vinny and direct him to right next to where Cassius is presumably still eating or just lamenting over hangovers.
Yeah,
and
I assume someone's gonna send the hangover cure over to Cassius as well. Yeah.
Oh, please.
And I'll speak through Vinny. Payday, baby.
FYI, it's 100 gold coins.
Okay, thank you.
Of unknown mint. Because you have never seen this mint.
Interesting. I'll just look at it.
It looks how to describe it? It looks like an hourglass on one side.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. Alright, after spooking Cassius, assumedly, I'll just continue making my way.
So you just call out through him?
Yep.
Yeah, that probably scares the fuck out of him. Actually, while these two bosses are away, I was going to try to use prestidigitation to try to do some other shit, and hopefully
that shit being what?
Cleaning out my bowl.
Okay, yeah.
Magically.
Yeah, no problem.
Just practicing and then just like it's clean, and probably at that point.
I am useful. Look at me.
That's very useful.
Yeah.
And then probably throw the bowl at Winnie.
Oh. He just sidesteps it. No, just kidding. But Lena, I wanted to mention also the coin is half the weight of the coins you're used to.
Interesting.
Okay, it's thinner.
Yes.
Or smaller. You decide. It's just half the weight.
Once I've arrived back in camp, hi.
Glaring at her.
I assume it worked then?
Yeah, it did.
So
thank you. Yeah, communication, but also like warning.
How would I have warned you? I was saying that I was trying out a connection. If you didn't recognize what I was saying, then it's your fault.
But what did you mean by pay today?
We got coin, and I jangle the bag I got.
All right.
How much? It's, and I flick one over to him. It's strange. It's very light.
Kind of like turn it over.
It's smaller.
Scammed. It's light as fuck.
But it's not light as fuck. It's smaller than the coins you're used to, right?
It's small.
But who would say the same coin is working here than back in our world? I mean, maybe that's their equivalent of a copper. Who knows?
I don't know. I think we need to get discounted by someone who knows what they're seeing.
We do. I'll just transfer it over to our handy dandy special back.
No.
Points.
Flick it back at her.
Thank you. And I sit down and just basically one coin after the other, feed it to the bag. There's only one fits out. It's gonna take a bit.
I shall forward the clock an hour later.
Yep.
There we go.
I'm reading in the meantime. Yay.
Eventually, somebody will come over. By the way, a young woman bringing you basically stew and a gourd full of fresh water, and on a plant cloth, right? What looks to be like a slip of powder, right? Of brownish, whitish powder. You're supposed to drink it, not snort it, by the way.
You said a line of powder, come on.
But yeah, they explain that if you let that, like, take a sip of water and let it dissolve in your mouth and then swallow it, it will remove the headache. And then they say you should just keep drinking water, and the stew also helps with that. It's a very watery stew, right? It's full of flavor, but it's like very, like, it's more soup actually.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You can thank Viera because she asked for it, but also thank you for bringing it over. I say towards the woman that brought it.
Well, I hope this helps.
It's basically aspirin.
Oh, nice. I'll take that shit. I'll eat it. I'll dissolve it.
It tastes awful, by the way. Yeah, like, because you're like basically sitting there like, I still feel the kernels of powder on my tongue. It's not dissolved yet, so you're sitting there for like 10 minutes, like, bleh. Did you ever try aspirin? It's like, it's disgusting. Yep.
Especially when you don't have enough water.
Yep. Yeah, that.
And I'll start making my 9 hours of reading.
This is like it's like you're tasting the mixture between mud, bark, and aspirin. Is what you taste. Yeah.
I'm gonna try to flavor it.
While it's in your mouth, like.
Yeah, just like open my mouth, like open my tongue, and it's like.
Make it taste like cherry wine.
Gonna make it taste like chocolate.
Oh yeah, that too.
Okay, so I assume that you guys read for the rest of the day?
Yep.
Okay. I'm giving you the current time is 8:30 in the morning.
8:30, okay. So
Alright.
I'll be just finished when time gets real thin.
Yikes.
Yeah.
So I'm just cramming in.
Okay. Cassius, read as well.
Yep.
I guess Halftake and Viera will be around. Your kitty cat is sleeping, by the way. Because it's day.
That's fine. Yeah.
He's up in the branches and just passed the fuck out.
Yeah.
To the point where like one paw is like hanging off the tree, right?
Yeah. That's fine. Is there any sign of Num Num Num?
Yeah, he's in the usual spot with his new buddy, or mate, or whoever that is.
Yeah, fair enough. Sounds good. But yeah, just gonna follow Heftake's lead, craft the bow, or kind of learn from her how it is that they're crafting bows. Presumably she's just gonna sit and craft a bow whilst Heftake is crafting a bow, showing her what to do.
I mean, she's gonna show you and then let you do it yourself. I mean, obviously
Yeah.
the string, she will give you a string because that takes a while to be.
Yeah, you gotta try it. And
Yeah,
the
exactly.
rest of it comes in you. Yeah.
But they're like, she's still her grumpy, like, stern self, right? She's just a very intense person in general.
Yeah.
But even she seems a bit more well, affectionate is maybe too much of an expression in this case. But you know
She's
what I mean.
less grumpy.
She's less grumpy, yeah.
Yeah. Sure. Sounds good.
She also seems to connect to you because she likes. You get the feeling she likes the idea of women hunting, right?
Yeah. She likes the idea of female empowerment in general, I think.
Well, not
And
they have female
not being
empowerment,
stuck.
but like, not being stuck in the village, yeah.
Not being stuck in the role that you were given if that's not the role you don't want to do, essentially. So, but yeah, for the most part, it'll just be kind of general conversation if Hefteg wants to stick around.
Yeah.
Just kind of asking her about kind of daily life and what sort of age the kids start doing things at here, and
well, she will explain to you. Basically, you will get the sense that they mature physically at a similar rate to humans or elves, right? They seem to live approximately. I mean, they don't really pay attention to years that much, right? But from the description, you gather that when they get frail, old enough, they just willingly walk into the swamp and then don't come back.
Yeah.
This is why you don't have old people in the village at all.
Part of nature again.
Yes.
Essentially.
Yeah. And this is not something, nobody's forced to do that. People just don't.
They want to gift themselves back to nature while they're still healthy.
Not only that, they can't imagine outliving the ability to be able to do things on their own.
Yeah.
Right? So when they feel that they cannot do things on their own anymore, they just willingly go. It's like, this is time. I will walk my own path, even out of life, right? Because very similar to fowls, they do start walking pretty much like hours after they are born, right?
Yeah.
So they walk into life, they walk out of life. It's a choice, right? And yeah, otherwise, she will kind of note that the people in the two towns probably have a slightly different way of living than they're doing here in the village.
Yeah.
But like, the people who are here in the village are the people who prefer the more natural life.
Yeah, fair enough. Not so interested in information outside the village. She'll kind of go into details of like questions about. Obviously, they've spoken about the Hornmany, who Viera gathers are either Minotaurs or
you know that
tieflings.
the Xavier told you it's tieflings.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Right. Are there any? You haven't mentioned elves at all. Am I the first elf you've ever seen?
I think she will tell you. Oh, well, let me RP that. Fuck it. Give me a second. Hashtag at stage. Oh, she's already there. She'll think for a moment and says, I have never seen one, but I've heard of your kind. They sometimes show themselves in the big city because ships travel between the two mainlands, and your kind lives On both sides, as far as I know.
Both sides of the ships?
On both sides of the Great Sea.
Okay.
We are
so you mentioned
in between.
You mentioned both sides, and you're in between. Yeah. Somebody mentioned the first time round that like the place to the north isn't good, or am I imagining that?
You're imagining that. No, we don't like going across the water. That's what is not good. The sea
that I know
is not good.
But it was implied one of these places across the Great Sea is better than the others.
She kind of shrugs. She doesn't know about that.
Do you know anything about the places across the sea?
Not really.
Right.
That's something the city people will know. We're not really interested in those things, and we don't really remember things we don't interested in.
Yeah, that's fine.
There's enough here, and she kind of gestures around herself to remember.
Yes, there is. Plenty of plants and animals, and trees, all sorts of different uses. One thing you did mention, I'm not sure, I'm pretty sure it was you. You mentioned about the mushrooms that explode.
Yes.
Do you get small ones like that?
I mean, they start out growing small, and then they grow bigger.
Mm-hmm. Is there a way to harvest them when they're small before they explode?
But they will not have those properties.
Right. Is there a way to harvest the big ones so that you can use it to make something that explodes?
Probably. If you're really careful, you can harvest it. If you're really, really careful. If not, it will explode you.
I take it as a village, you just tend to avoid them.
Yes. They don't grow close to the village anyway.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything else like that that does something, whether it's explode or covers you in colors, or is there anything else like that that's unusual?
I mean, there's a lot of unusual plants here.
Mm-hmm. Are there any that make you like cough and choke, like you can't breathe, but you recover after a little bit of time?
There's spores, yes.
Mm-hmm.
There's a few of them, yeah. Some of them also mushrooms, some of them normal plants. Not all grow at this time of year.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Can't think of anything else in particular to chat about. Just talk about general daily life and her growing up, and I'll let her do the talking while Vera carves the bow.
Well, you carve the bow.
Mm-hmm.
It will take you all day. Like, because you're not really used to this. It's not carving in the classical sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you've never used bamboo or the equivalent of it, right? You have no idea.
No. She'll obviously start off with 2 small pieces at first to get used to the pliancy of it and all the
yeah, she will actually
Probably
show
end up
you the
snapping
plant and explain how it works and what it does.
Yeah.
And you actually will recognize that they're using it in their houses as well, right?
Mm-hmm. All good. So yeah, and then I'll just spend the rest of the day carving my bow.
Okay. Well, I would say that the day will officially pass like this, and eventually you will convene. And I shall kick off your downtime.
Alright.
How many hours do we get for reading?
Well, how many did you want to put in? You started at
as much
8:30.
as much as possible. Because I still have 15 hours left. So
Well, you could do 12. That would be 8 until 8:30. But you'd be reading at campfire at night.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
For a couple of hours.
I'll have stopped at 6 and started making some exercises, just walking, just jogging and exercises wise to prepare myself for a day of coming training.
Uh-oh.
Get warmed up.
Uh-oh.
Actually, as part of the training, I'm not sure if this is alright, but as part of the training, could I try to turn those blue mushrooms that Viera gave me into ink or some kind of like staining, basically, as a like minor alchemical experiment, or would I need the complete setup for it?
For ink? No. But
Ink was easy, you said.
ink is easy, yeah. Ink you can do. Ink you can.
Okay.
You don't need any complicated contraption, right? It's like basically a matter of grinding it up, adding water to it. Yeah.
Getting the right consistency and having something to bottle it in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which you would do. You would have bottles in your alchemy kit. So.
Yeah. So I'll do that as part of my alchemy training, and then at the end of the day, when I'm finished with that, I'll walk over to where Viera is. So you did mention that you were gifted something for your bow, right?
Yes.
As the part of the achievement.
Normally, yes.
Consider, and you also gifted me these mushrooms, and I show her the bottle of ink. I succeeded, of course.
Good job.
But I don't know if you really decorate your bows. It's probably blue. Maybe might mess with the camouflage, but I wanted to gift this back to you anyway, as maybe you could use it, or you could save it for something else.
That would be great. Thank you.
Yeah. I'll hand her the bottle of blue ink.
I've got too many things to add to my character sheet.
Yeah, just I don't think we mentioned this explicitly, but I was talking with Samir about it when you were on one of your trips, and I don't think we would have made this far if it wasn't for you. So you've been doing quite a lot for us. So thank you.
Well, you're welcome. It was a team effort.
You say that, but you know, Samira in these forests, she's really awful at sneaking around. It's the worst.
Well, perhaps, but there was a point where I was lying dead in a road as well. So
yeah,
it wasn't just me.
That's true.
So,
yeah, you kind of suck without us, it seems.
So it seems. Perhaps it's best if we all just stick together.
Maybe. All right. Cheers.
He gives and he takes.
Equal opportunity offender.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I turn into some poor sob, you know, wouldn't be in this character. Yeah, and I'll return to my reading as long as I can.
The only thing else I'm going to do that evening is I'm going to head away from camp, and
yes.
I'm going to attempt to shift into the bat.
Okay. Are you on the tree or are you on the ground?
I am on the ground.
Awesome.
Because that would be nuts.
You shift into the bat.
But I can't fly, can I?
I mean, you flop, and you don't do much. But then bat wings are not really designed to be great with like starting from the floor, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you also have very nice handy claws on your wings that you can use to climb.
Are there any trees that I can? Actually,
Yeah,
I'll
you
just
have
climb
smaller palm trees.
I'll climb up something about like 5 feet, maybe 6 or 7, so that I can
Yeah,
try and
you have
launch
smaller
off
trees.
the tree and fly.
Yeah.
So I'll try and launch off the tree and fly.
And you plop to the ground.
Maybe I need to be higher up.
Maybe.
Do it.
I'll climb a little bit further up, 10 feet up.
Yep.
Find myself a low branch so that I can actually get out onto the branch.
It's a bit. You like. How does this even work? It's like I have very fucking long fingers and skin in between my fingers. This is like.
Yep.
Weird.
Well, I know how bats work. So,
yeah, but you never felt it from your perspective.
No,
so,
I
like,
know.
Yeah.
I know. So
it's a
I'm
bit
gonna get
old.
out on. I'm gonna get out onto
yeah.
the branch, and then I'm gonna make sure that I'm steady and my toes are gripping the branch very firmly.
And then you flop upside down, like Nom 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 does.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then whilst I'm hanging upside down, I'm just gonna use my wings to push me backwards and forwards like a swing.
Yeah, that works.
Okay, that's good. And I'm just gonna practice that.
Okay, yeah. You're just swinging back and forth, yeah.
I'm just gonna seesaw back and forth, swinging on the branch.
Samira has been doing pull-ups on one of the nearby branches, just watching his weird-ass bat doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
it's just flapping its wings every now and then. And then I'm basically gonna see if I can swing myself back on top of the branch.
Roll me. That would be an athletics.
Not an acrobatics.
No, that's strength. He has to flop hard enough to turn around, right? And hold on to the branch at the same time.
Damn it.
You're rolling as a bat, by the way, for that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. Situational bonus, yes, -4. Let's see if this works. I'm not sure if this will work. Oh, it does. 7.
Yeah, no.
No. Okay. At
You,
this point,
you
I'll
at
drop
some
off
point
and try and
yeah.
fly.
Yeah, no, you flop to the ground.
Thud. Ow.
Yeah. Yeah, you
Do I
take
damage.
Yes, you do. Roll 1d6. You take 5 bludgeoning damage.
Ow!
That should pop you out of the farm, probably.
Yeah, it's only got 1 hit point.
Yeah.
I'll sit on the ground rubbing my head because I obviously just landed on my head.
Yeah.
Well, not
Kind of
necessarily. Like... Not necessarily. Roll me the bat. Roll me in acrobatics. Because you were still trying to, like, flop your wings, and you wouldn't have had a clean thud, right?
Yeah, so it's only a -2 this time.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, you didn't land on your face, right?
Oh, good. But popped out of bat form anyway.
Yes.
So I'll sit up and kind of tussle my hair and smooth it back over my back because it went everywhere. And at this point, I'll kind of sit up and kind of gently rub the back of my head and then my shoulder because I landed mostly on my shoulder, probably.
Yeah, seems that flying is a bit more tricky than you would have thought.
Mm-hmm.
Dropping down from the exercises. What happened?
Well, I tried to turn into the bat, but it worked. It worked, but I don't think I figured out the flying part yet. Or
right? You hit pretty hard for a small thing that size.
Yeah, it was maybe a little bit too high. I mean, I tried a little bit lower down first, but that didn't work. And then I thought maybe I just needed to be a little bit higher up. So I tried that, and that didn't work either. But the good news is I can turn into the bat. I just can't seem to figure out the flying part yet. So
I mean, you can transform into something smaller than yourself. Can you transform into Is it bigger as well?
Well, you wanted to wrestle a bear, didn't you?
Yes.
I mean, it seems like a crazy idea to me, but perhaps not this close to the village. If we walk 50 feet, 100 feet away, we can try that.
Wait, are you wrestling right now?
No.
Kind of looks up from his book.
We can do this tomorrow,
Does
alright?
it look like we're wrestling right now?
No.
Okay, well then we're not wrestling right now.
We can do that tomorrow.
Yeah,
Should be fun.
maybe I should get a good night's rest. That fall was a little bit more painful than I thought.
Come here. Do you need healing?
No, it's
Oh.
alright.
Can I test something out? If you're hurt.
Oh.
You're the one who warned me that you're either going to explode or maybe do something good.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Wanna risk it?
Not really.
Oh.
I'm not the risky type.
Oh, come on,
Why would you want to try?
When you say risk it, is it like a 50-50? You think it'll go wrong, or
I've done it before.
Okay, so you have done it.
Yeah.
So it's not like you don't know what you're trying to do.
Yes.
Okay.
You sound very sure of that.
I think the double negative confused him initially, so because I did say it's not like you don't know what you're doing.
Ignore me,
and
I'm
he
not
said
there.
yes, which means he doesn't know what he's doing. So it's fine.
I need a fucking NPC that sits there and laughs out loud.
If you think you can get it to work without any bad side effects, because I mean you and Samira have this whole like maybe exploding thing going on.
Mm-hmm. And I kind of just like start walking up to her as she's talking.
Speaking of the exploding thing, we need to plan that potential excursion out for me and try to figure out if I explode while I'm fighting.
Well, I figured it's a day and a half's journey, 2 days to the capital.
Mm-hmm.
There's probably an evening where we're alone in the wilderness on a roadside. Seems like a good place to try.
Mm-hmm.
If there's nobody around. Well, once we're on the move, I think.
Find something for me to kill. Be it while exploding or not.
And we can find a random deer for you to kill and hope it's not a merman.
Give me something a bit more challenging.
I can turn into a boar.
I don't want to hurt you potentially. If we're trying to find out if I explode or not, how about you all just give it distance?
Yeah.
Well, we know you can heal, right?
I know, but if I'm all smushy bits on the floor, then I can't heal you.
Yeah, fair point.
Alright, Scatty Cat. You ready?
Go nuts.
And where does it hurt?
Head, shoulders, knees, and toes.
Head and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes.
That doesn't. Okay. It's like
sorry,
gonna.
Sorry, that's a childhood nursery rhyme.
Put my hands on her shoulders.
That's a fucking school rhyme.
And the eyes and the ears and the mouth and the nose. Sorry.
Shh.
I'm sorry, you did it.
I think they might be done.
And I'm gonna cast chill. No, I'm not gonna cast chill touch. I will kind of like.
Can. She might react a little more differently than you expect.
I'm gonna just grin at her, and then stop grinning, close my eyes, and a very faint warmth will come from my hands. You will feel very soothed, very relaxed, and I will cast 9 points of healing.
Ooh, very good.
Hey, Cassius.
I was totally expecting the chill touch then, because I was going to shapeshift into a bear and crush you.
Hey, Cassius.
Yeah?
You can feel a warm sensation hugging your leg.
Look at my leg.
It's Winnie hugging you.
Get this thing off for me,
Vinny,
please.
I told you to keep your distance unless he says so.
Winnie is sad, but let's go.
You can hug all of us but him, alright?
Do you think he was drawn to the power?
Oh.
Because you said he was like that power, didn't you?
Well, first of all, did it work, Vera? Did that work for you?
I mean, there's still a little bit of a headache, but that's because I kind of hit the ground on my head and shoulder. But apart from that, I think so. Yeah, the soreness in my shoulder and kind of down my side is gone.
Huh.
That's very useful. Since when could you do that?
The tower.
Huh.
You said you've done it before. Where did you do it before?
All myself. Well,
in the tower.
On me when I was small.
Oh. Okay.
When you was so this isn't a power you got from the tower then. This is a
No.
power.
No, I did get it from the tower.
So how did you do it on yourself when you were small?
The GM reminding Chris that he told you about the whole thing that happened in the tower where he saw himself as a child and then healed himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless it was the thing that Chris just forgot.
But that was in the tower.
Yeah, that was in the tower. So I can do this since the tower.
So you saw yourself as a child and healed yourself, but you remember that as a child?
No, I remember this as me. I saw myself get beaten the fuck out of my dad as a child. And then I killed him, or it. And then I healed myself. Or I healed my child self. I'm not sure how it works.
I think it was the first trial or whatever it was called.
Yeah,
I used my magic for the first time during it as well.
Do you remember this as a child as well, or is this something that you only remember from being you in the tower?
Good question.
Do you remember this
Shinny,
as a child?
Do I remember this as a child or no?
Define this. The scene where he was beaten.
Self remembering a stranger healing him after
no,
being beaten.
No, absolutely not.
Because also child self doesn't also remember
his father being exploded in bits and pieces, and then strangled by a stranger.
The beating, yes.
Yeah, the beating, yes.
No, but if it was like a dream, you may not always remember all of it, and you would certainly hide the trauma side, but you wouldn't hide somebody healing you.
No, it was
that
not time travel.
You would remember, so it wasn't anything along those.
No,
I'm just checking.
Yeah, I know.
Just checking.
Mm-hmm.
I was tempted to make Cassie's roll.
It's a good question. No, I don't think. Yeah.
To be fair, to be completely fair, Cassius,
wondering...
please roll me an intelligence check. This is memory is fickle. You can remember things that technically never happened.
You can.
No, you're fine. You don't remember it. No.
Okay. Stop fucking with me.
Oh, it's fine. Okay. So purely from the tower.
Yeah, tower.
Good to know, but also strange that you had to or felt the need to heal your child self.
Is it that strange?
I don't think that's strange.
A part of me finds it strange that the tower would present your child self to you in the first place.
I mean, it's a weird fucking magic place. You were in a desert for a couple of months.
Yeah, but I didn't watch my child self starve or dehydrate to death in a desert.
You did find the skeleton, right?
Yeah, but it wasn't me.
Are you sure?
I vaguely recall it being a male skeleton.
Okay.
And there was a joke that it was Cassius because he was terrible at survival.
Oh, fuck off.
No,
You're probably right though.
the skeleton did die from a lack of food, though. It died of starvation.
Yeah, that would have been
That much I know. And presumably somebody else who just failed the trial of the desert.
I mean, maybe it was a big desert. Maybe your child self was also somewhere in the desert.
It wasn't a child skeleton.
But maybe you just didn't find yourself, like, at all. Maybe you failed, and you should have found yourself.
This line of questioning is pretty strange, since my place was pretty confined and I didn't see anything else either.
Yeah, yours was definitely strange, especially the ending part.
Yes, I think you were the only one that wasn't interrupted in a sense. Yeah.
Actually, talking about that interruption, when I was basically shoved out, I saw a red light, and this is what I told you as well. The Seve, the red light apparently, at least in this world, comes from the sun when he's pissed off. You know, these couple of months. You were also chased out, right, Samira?
I was chased by flying eyes that gave off a red light, yes.
Oh, they also gave off the red light.
Yeah, they were red, yes.
Okay.
Was it the same sort of light as the sun, though?
I don't know. We haven't seen that yet.
No.
I mean those
no, but
eyes,
you
those
must have seen
pretty memorable, so I should recognize that.
You must have seen a red sunrise being on ships, or a red sunset. There's a certain kind of light to the sun.
Yes, but this weird sun is not like anything I've seen anyway, so who knows if the red light is similar either.
I'm not sure it's a sun, it never moves. It's weird.
I think Sever mentioned it was the child, the son of the father and the mother, some sort of spirit as well.
Yeah, I think it was one of the. They're not mantles though. The mother and the father, the way she described them, they're more just like. I get the impression that they were the. I get the impression they were put here like in charge.
Possibly.
I mean, we're talking about mythological beings, but at the same time, we were talking to a nature spirit when we were talking about mythological beings. So.
I mean, we were talking to the father. So.
And you talk to the mantle of life, Vera, Tiffany.
But did I? Or did I talk to a programmed illusion? Because these trials have been going on a very long time.
A what now? Why?
Wizards have the ability to make things that aren't there, like illusions. They can make you see a cat when a cat isn't there.
But what's the reasoning?
The tower. Well, the mother and the father and the spirit of life or whatever might not always be around. So the tower, they mentioned about these trials taking place, and the father did mention something about the trial. Was it the father? It might have been Tiffany. They mentioned about these trials at some point being something.
I think the father mentioned that they were deadlier, that now.
They were, and it was a case of if you failed your trial, you died, and there was no way back. Whereas now, he made a promise to someone, and the promise was basically that the trials had to have a way out. The person had to have the choice, which is why you both got given the doorway choice.
True, yeah.
It was something
at the very
like
beginning,
that.
Before we did any of the trials, so that doesn't make any sense.
It was. Well, no, but this was it. The trials used to just be you got yanked into the trial.
You
And
didn't
now
even
I
have
think
the choice, possibly.
you get yanked into this prelude where the father greets you and either does or doesn't answer some of your questions depending on how pernickety he wants to be, and then you get to go onto the trial.
Hmm.
Whereas before it was just dumped in a desert, there's your trial, get on with it. And you may not necessarily have had someone talk to you, so I don't know. Yeah. Tiffany was there. Was it the mantle of life I spoke to? Maybe, maybe not. I'm not so sure. Was it a version of the mantle of life? Possibly.
Maybe it was the boogeyman. Like, she just appears next to you.
You and Cassius share a crystal.
What? Oh,
That's not
wait
weird.
a minute.
So you have, like, literally just like poof, right? Like pop into existence. Almost like, imagine like a black hole opening and something popping out, you know, like almost like a 2D effect where, like, you know, it expands into a slit and then into a person and then it's there, right? Like in the blink of an eye. Like one blink she wasn't there, the next blink she's there, sitting, like, you know, leaning her chin onto her hands, looking very mischievous. She has very similar eyes, by the way, to the father, like that white, glowing, clear, you know, odd.
I guess this rules out me not being interrupted. Everybody, this is Tiffany, the mantle of life, presumably. You failed to mention that part.
Well, I mean, Tiffany is fine. You can call me Tiff. Shorter. Hi. She kind of grins. She is, it's, by the way, it's like in the picture, white hair, white skin, right?
Hello?
Also, Cassius, roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Poor fucking dude.
Yikes.
Okay, I think I'm back. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, yes.
Cassius, roll me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh my god. Of course, at that point in time, I have to drop out. Sorry about this, everyone.
All good.
All good.
No worries.
No worries. You warned us that it was happening. It's alright.
Okay, I'm resyncing.
So, but she kind of looks sideways to Viera. It's like, I heard you talking about me. Did you miss me?
Did you?
While you're sitting in me all the time.
Like, Zuru is looking proper freaked out right now.
I am the mantle of life, which means all life. Literally.
You specifically used the word sitting in you.
Phrasing.
Right.
Well, every spirit can sense within their domain, and because my domain touches every living being, if you were sitting within something that is living, I can feel you. And because everything lives in this world, I can feel you all the time if I want to. Not that I always pay attention. There's other things.
You said we're sitting in you, not on you.
Well, yes. Have you not noticed that everything is alive here?
That's kind of weird, but...
You are weird. To us.
Thanks.
Well, you are outsiders. You are not of this world. You are different. You are the exception.
To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?
I sensed you growing. Like there is a shift happening. I thought you could probably use my help to sort it out over the next few days. And I was bored.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, overseeing life can get pretty fucking boring, I guess.
By the way, Cassius, you're feeling a slight, like almost like a heartbeat throbbing in your back. Very, very faint. Oh, and you said something. Oh yeah, he does have another. Oh, that's interesting. And she like looks at Cassius and kind of, well.
It is interesting. Would you care to tell us about it?
I mean, sorry, what is interesting?
Well,
The
I don't
crystal
know.
in the
Have
back?
you been
She has a crystal
impaled
in
by
her
a
back?
crystal?
Cassius has, clearly. He's got one stuck in him.
That's how I got mine. I touched it, and then it shot out and pierced me on multiple. It wasn't fun.
No way. No, the same thing happened to. Huh.
So you were impaled?
So does that mean Cassius is going to become the next Mandal of Life?
No.
Fiera's just looking at Cassius.
Huh?
No.
Okay, so I think I'm missing things here. When did this happen to you?
Of when? Ooh. Time is a bit tricky here for me.
Really?
At some
I would
point?
have thought time was quite linear here.
No, it's really not. We don't exist within time and space.
Looking at the village, are people moving at the village? Or
Yes, they are. Yeah.
Can they see you?
Yes.
They wouldn't be freaked out by I mean, keep in mind that they're a little bit annoyed at the spirits not talking to them anymore. They wouldn't be freaked out by a mantle sitting within the confines.
There is no special way a mantle looks. I look like any other person of my people would look from this world. I think you call them celestials.
I look at Samira's eyes.
She's just proper freaked out right now.
And fiends? Something between?
Okay.
Okay.
Samira's eyes are quite white too. Does that?
That is more celestial.
Yeah.
Fiends have black eyes.
I'm piecing that together, but are all of the mantles celestials then?
No.
Didn't think so. So are celestials something that people are generally going to react favorably to or unfavorably to?
I don't think they care much unless you bother them.
Okay.
I suppose I would be rare here.
Of course,
but otherwise,
Cass is sitting here going about that crystal.
Yeah. This is all celestials. Okay. Why did this? So were you in the cave when this happened with the crystal?
No, I wasn't in a cave. I was in a room, and there was a piece, and I touched it, and it grew, and then it impaled me, and then I was stuck for a few weeks, and people had me cut me off of it, and then I had to, started hearing voices, and then I started talking to the voices, and we got friends.
You were hearing voices. You were hearing voices, and you started talking to the voices.
Yes.
And this was
had voices.
Sorry, VR. And this was all like before you were a spirit thing?
Yes.
Or after? Oh, before.
Yes. Oh, this has nothing to do with me being the mantle. That's just a thing I did because I wanted
to. Okay. Was there someone else in this room?
No.
Oh.
Why?
So do you know?
Were you in a room with somebody else?
Maybe.
Trika grins.
I'm just trying to find out why this thing is in my back. And
you would have to ask him.
Sorry, ask who?
Ask who?
The son? Him? I mean, you are literally carrying a shard of him in your back. I can feel it.
What?
Of the
That's
sun.
a piece of the sun?
Yes. She kind of points up at the glowing ball in the sky.
Does he randomly go around impaling a lot of people, or just certain people, or just randomly occasional people?
As far as I know, Cassis is only the second one I've heard this happening to.
Were you the first, or was the first someone else?
I think I was the first. I don't know. He's not very talkative at the moment.
Okay. Why does he get angry and then go red? Exactly.
I would like to ask him that, but he is not very talkative at the moment.
Okay.
He's a bit fractured.
Probably from impaling all these random strangers.
No, because he was literally fractured.
From what?
From being fractured. From being shattered. Is kind of a long story. I don't know the details. I don't really care. I'm more bothered about the life aspects. It's a complicated family history that I don't get into. My own family is complicated enough.
So you're the new mantle of life. Is that right?
Oh yeah, the old one is around. She kind of didn't want to do it anymore. She wanted to.
Okay.
What is the old one doing now?
She's hanging around, enjoying life.
So people just take up these things and they just do it for a while and they just then don't do it
As
anymore?
far as I know, this is the first time that she did it. I'm pretty sure. Oh, maybe. I think there was one before her. But I don't think the other mantles do that. You'd have to ask the father. He's kind of the expert.
Yeah.
I'm new to this thing. It's really complicated and weird. And
it is weird.
Yes.
So you're connected to every living thing in the world?
Yes. That's why it's a mantle of life.
What is your purpose exactly?
Oh, I keep it balanced. If creatures grow few, then I make sure that they don't go extinct if it's an important part of the puzzle. Otherwise, I wander the places and look at things. And
you became the mantle of life out of choice?
Yes.
Randomly? Out of choice. So somebody presented the option to you and you were like, hey, yeah, that sounds great.
Well, the mantle of life. I mean, we used to hang out a lot. I still do. She's really nice.
Okay. What's her name?
So, Faror.
Okay.
So you hung out with her before, and it was normal for people to just hang around with?
Oh no, that was a kind of thing of that camp where we used to hang around with.
I think you need to explain a bit more.
Well, there was there will be, or there was. It's complicated. So there was a girl, and she made a camp, and kind of the spirits started hanging around with her, because before that the spirits didn't really hang around with each other because for some reason they didn't talk anymore. And then they started talking, and they were hanging around there because they haven't talked to each other for a very long time. So they started talking to each other and hang around there. And then I got there because my father brought me, and then we kind of got together as a family, and I started hanging around with Faror, and she was really cool, and I really liked that, and I liked the whole animal stuff, and becoming a plant or an animal, and shaping shape shifting. I think you call it shape shifting. Do you call it shape shifting? She looks at Vera.
Well, if it's a sheep, obviously it's sheep shifting.
A good one. But anyway, so they had they were doing stuff on the side, and I don't know, the girl, she kind of dug a tunnel for the mountain, and kind of pissed off the mantle of earth, but they became friends. It's complicated. Oh yeah, there was also the dragon. but the dragon went somewhere else. Anyway,
Wait, what?
the Varroa was kind of not
This
really.
is what I had to do and deal with for weeks in a desert.
That's
And
rude.
you guys thought you had it easy.
I mean, I didn't think I had it easy. I got impaled by a shard of the sun, apparently.
Yeah, that's true.
That's S-O-N, by the way, not S-U-N. The son, like the child.
The son of the mother and the father.
Oh,
Yeah,
and
we guessed
oh,
as
okay.
much.
I didn't.
I certainly did. Yeah, it was the son
Okay.
of the mother and the father.
And who is the son?
She
The
points up.
glowy ball in the sky.
The
Literal sun is the
sun
sun.
and sun.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, my head hurts. Now even more
Yeah.
so.
Well, this is why I stopped
still
asking,
confused.
because it's very confusing. It's a very long family history.
But these literal pieces of the sun, does that mean that there are just more
Yes.
lying around somewhere?
There's shards in the ground.
somebody touches
Apparently, in the
them?
overworld, there's an entire sky full of stars that are pieces of the sun.
In the over what?
Whoa. Where are we if we're not in the overworld?
You're in the inside.
We're in the underworld.
No, you're inside, like in the center. Imagine like you have a ball, and the ball is empty, and then inside the ball there's a glowing ball, and on the edges of the ball.
That
Sorry.
explains why there's no stars. I think.
She kind of stops. Like I just
explains
I just realized it sounds very weird if you're not used to it. So
It does.
Yeah, we're used to being on at least I guess the.
So no. Let me start from scratch. So the world is hollow, right?
Got that.
And in the very center of that, where there's nothing, you have this, and she
sun.
points up. Yes, but the sun there, that used to be a
explains why
moon.
it doesn't move.
That sun used to be one of the moons. There's another sun,
Wait.
also made of the sun, outside.
What is going on in this world?
But anyway, so they made it so you can still walk on the ground. So they made it so everything sticks to the outside of the inner world, which is what you're sitting on. So if the sun was not in the way, you could see the other side, maybe, on a clear day.
If I could jump really, really, really high,
you would smack into the sun.
But it wouldn't burn me?
No. It's a rock.
It's not made.
Because it was once the moon?
It's crystal?
Yes. And she kind of like pulls her long white hair to the side and shows like the at the bottom of her skull there is a piece like Cassius has it.
So what does the crystal do?
Apparently it talks to her.
Well, it gives you...
Well, no, she had voices.
But it's voice... because he's shattered, you have to understand. He's like all over the place, so his personality is fractured.
I mean, you're also all over the place. Sorry.
Yes,
Wait,
I am, literally.
Voices?
I don't hear voices right now.
No, are you going to hear voices, Cassius?
Maybe.
Have you heard voices?
No.
Okay, just checking.
I mean...
Remind me to ask you a question later about hearing the voices.
Well... So...
If you hear voices, that's the sun talking to you.
Okay, I didn't hear that, but Tiffany, you're not the first with the crystal.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I was the first who was impaled by the crystal.
No. No, you're not.
Oh? Who else was impaled by the crystal? Were you impaled by the crystal? Like, through your skull and body and, like, really spiky and ouch?
No. Well, I got encased kind of in crystal. Well, my arm was, and then my leg and parts of my body. I wasn't necessarily impaled.
Well, I was impaled. It was really unpleasant.
Yeah.
It sounds it.
But
I think I scared him and he tried to defend himself, to be fair. We became friends over time, but yeah.
Okay. There's also a guy who's like completely in crystal.
That's
But
cool.
not
Where is he?
impaled.
I don't know where he is.
He was in the trial.
Yeah.
Well, the trial shows you different places that may and may not be real.
Yeah, the father did explain that. It's all in the tower.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean it's real.
Yeah, it's one of those boring things that I really didn't pay attention to, so I can't really tell you how it works.
I'm pretty sure he's real.
Does that mean there is life in the tower?
The tower is not a thing, as in it's not a tower. I mean, it may look like it depends. It's made from things in this world, so it's alive, like everything else in this world.
So does that mean Foxy is a real creature?
Yes, potentially.
Okay.
If it's a real creature now, was or will be, that's a different question.
Not sure I want to know.
The places from the tower we saw could be in this world too?
Yes.
But they wouldn't be the same place. They would be a representation of that place.
I mean, it might also show you amalgamations of different places just smushed together. Again, I didn't really pay attention to how it really works. It's like too complicated.
Sense.
I'm not one of those wizardy people.
I did see places that were from back home, and the cave with the crystal. With a lot of the crystal. Like, a lot.
Well, there's caves with a lot of the crystal.
Okay, are you sure you don't know this guy?
She kind of like tilts her head, squints. It would be easy if I could talk to him. Then he could probably just show me.
The son would talk to you.
Yeah, the son.
Okay. But he's not talkative right now.
He's not talkative right now. He's trying to put himself together.
Is that something we should be worried about? Is he going to come claiming the pieces in Cassius?
Or the pieces in you?
I'm pretty sure that if he would dare to do that, he would be really gentle about it. He's a really nice person.
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
I mean, if he comes claiming pieces, there's not much you can do about it, I don't think.
Okay. That's comforting, yeah. No, it's great. That's...
I mean, at least you know that it's not totally detrimental.
Oh no, you will probably get powers and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that did kind of happen.
Yeah, see? What did you get?
I can heal people.
Sounds like him.
Yeah. So, just one more question. If he gets, like, angry, does something happen to the crystals, like in your?
They get very red. It's very bad. Oh. Don't let that happen. Last time it happened, it was really bad. People were killing each other. It was really bad.
Oh, but like...
Whoa, were the people with the crystals killing each other?
No, everyone. Like, literally everyone.
Oh, everyone.
Oh man, it was such a clusterfuck with the dragon as well. He like went whoosh and...
But did something happen to you when he was like going...
Oh yeah, I was really angry. I was so angry. I don't even remember all of it. People had to knock me out.
Does this happen every year?
Well, he gets unhappy, but not like angry like he was that one time, last time.
So the every year thing is unhappy, and there was that one time where there was darkness.
Yeah, there's something going on. They haven't quite figured it out, but ever since we kind of stabilized, well, they stabilized him. I wasn't really there. It's complicated. Anyway, he kind of loses strength, it grows weaker, and then he is fine again. And we don't really know what's happening because he's not really talking at the moment. So once he's talking again, I can ask him.
So
Okay.
does the every year thing affect you or people with the crystal as well?
Well, yeah, it waxes and wanes, but I'm detached from that anyway. I think it's an inner world thing. The outer world works different.
Okay. So if I start murdering everyone once it gets red,
I'll just knock him out. It's fine. It lasts only a day, if that happens.
You
Okay.
can probably just calm him down anyway, can't you, Samira?
I can try.
Failing that,
Knock him out.
we'll knock him out.
Anyway,
No
did you
problem.
try shifting into other forms yet?
Yeah, I tried a bat. It was successful, but I couldn't fly.
Oh, that's complicated. You really have to train it.
Yeah, I figured.
Mm-hmm.
Learning how to fly is probably complicated.
Oh, turning into plants is even more complicated. It took me such a long time to figure that out.
Plants?
Yes.
Not something I'd considered. If I have to be honest, aren't they pretty immobile?
Depends on the plant.
Good
You have
to
plants
know.
that walk around and talk.
Yeah, I mean we had sort of plants that tried to hang us in our world.
Yeah, that's true.
But we had the friendly
I mean,
protector.
technically you can talk to all the plants if she kind of pats the grass.
That
What?
has serious implications.
But like I said, everything is alive here.
I'm gently moving to just a dirt patch with no grass.
That dirt is also alive.
Yes.
So it's
Let's
like,
not go there.
do you feel like everything that people do?
If I focus on it, yes. I mean, most of the time I tune it out. It's
That's
a lot.
weird.
It is weird, yes.
Are we, now that we're here, now part of you too because we're alive, or is that different?
You're outside. You're outsiders.
Okay.
Okay, so you don't.
Kind of like
feel
that girl
moving
that made the
around.
camp. She was also an outsider.
Oh, good to know.
Or will make the camp. Or has.
Or
Will?
might make the camp or didn't yet make it. Yeah.
It's weird.
She did say that time is weird, so.
Yeah.
Do you know what year it is?
In comparison to what?
What? They said there's a human calendar compared to that?
Well, there's the human calendar outside, and there's the human calendar inside, and inside didn't really exist until for like 400 years ago, which is like 200 years outside. And as far as I know from the descriptions, no. Wait. The girl's aunt told me that outside, the time flow is different, and it's like super slow, which sounds super boring.
Do the like outside and inside communicate with each other? Like.
No, there's a barrier.
So we can't go outside.
Yes, you can, but you gotta figure out how to get out. We know.
Would we want to?
I don't know. That depends. Would you want to?
I don't know.
Is the outside dark? Or was the outside dark? For a long time.
Define long time.
Years.
Oh, there was a period. That's right before the sun crashed into the Nim.
How long ago was that?
Wow. 401 years ago? Inside?
Do you remember what Steno said about come on? That was 400 years ago.
Something that it was like dark and cold.
Yeah.
And no sun,
and all,
no stars.
All the creatures were attacking everything.
No, that was the red light.
Oh.
When was that?
That was when the sun crashed into the ocean.
When the sun became super angry.
Well, there was apparently, I mean, it's something that comparably happened a long time ago for me. But apparently there was a period when the father had to order things, and to make it easier, he kind of shut everything down, which kind of make the entire sky be like super black or dark. And it didn't last long. It was only like 3, 4 years, 5, I don't know. But either way, so there was like some smarty pants wizard, because wizards are always smarty pants, you know. Anyway, he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna make another sun," and he kind of pulled one of the moons down, and it kind of went sideways. And then the mantle stepped in to kind of make it not as bad, but it kind of angered the sun, like really bad, like super bad. And then everything went red, and everyone was like, "Rawr!" and and then
And this is when the moon that was pulled down became the sun that's inside?
Yes.
Okay.
And why does the sun have that effect on everything?
Because everything is life.
But isn't that your domain?
Yes.
But you're like kind of connected to him.
Everything is connected.
Yeah, but like more so because you're both like life stuff, and you have the thing in your back now, so.
Yeah, that kind of happened.
Have you ever tried to remove it? To give it back to the sun?
I think oh, that was a long time ago. Let me think. Sorry. That was GM.
Would you like some tea?
No, that's GM. Shut up.
It's okay. Take your time. Don't die.
Breathed in saliva. God damn it. Okay. Well, as far as I remember, the wizardry people didn't really know what they were doing back then, so they didn't know how to remove it, and then I got used to it, so it's like, whatever.
Okay.
I'll take that as a no.
I assume there's a way to remove it. But if it's anything like me, it's probably part of your spine.
Oh.
Ow.
Yeah. So you would also need somebody who can regrow your spine after it's removed. The removal is not an issue.
No one's going to fucking remove this shit.
She grins at you.
Not yet, anyway.
Also, do you have it in multiple parts of your spine yet?
Yet?
She kind of like turns her back to you and lifts her shirt and show, like, you can see in the spot where you have it between the shoulder blades, right? And a bit further, like, we're basically at the bottom of the neck, right? And then further down the spine, and then further down this, like, basically on regular, there's like multiple of them.
Like vertebrae.
That must make lying down and appreciating the night sky very difficult.
No, you don't feel it. You get used to it. It's like
I feel mine every fucking morning.
Well, yeah, because it's fresh. You'll get used to it. You don't notice it after a while.
I just have the, I just have the one.
It's like, do you notice your bones?
You'll be fine in a couple of 100 years, Cassius. It's no problem.
Well, does this make me live a couple of 100 years? Because otherwise, I have probably bad news. As far as I know. Wait, do people here live for a couple of 100 years? Like
depends
humans?
on what
like this,
race?
Like me? Like me.
What are you?
Well, I'm human, I think. Probably. Yeah.
Humans live short lives.
How short?
I don't know, anything between 50 to 100. Depends on how rowdy they are.
Okay.
And if I get more of these things, do I live longer? Or is that like if I, when you became a spirit, you
I can't really tell you, because I wouldn't have died that quickly anyway, because my people don't die that soon.
Good to know.
How long do Celestials tend to live?
Oh, Celestials are immortal, but I'm not a pure Celestial.
Okay. If you're not pure?
I'm a mixture. So my daddy is a fiend, and my mommy is gonna be. It's weird.
Might be. Sure.
Is a
That's
celestial.
celestial.
Yes. Mind you, this is what
But-
you call them. We call
But
them.
no horns for you.
Oh, I can pop them. I don't think that you will be too excited about me taking on the fiendish form.
This form is fine. That's no more form shifting, weird spirit form shifting stuff.
I take it elves are pretty normal here too? Live a long time?
At the moment, yes.
Wait, is there a moment where they don't?
She kind of bites down on her bottom lip.
That's a yes.
Should we be worried?
No, it's just lifespans change depending on how much life is there.
Huh.
If you have a lot of people, there's less life. If you have less people, there's more life, so they live longer.
Huh.
But is this only the case for elves, or?
No, for everyone.
So, in theory, if a lot of people would die, the remaining people would live very long?
The newborns would.
Oh, okay. Just
try to ruin your plans for the future, Cassius?
I'm just trying to figure out this world. Like, it's weird.
There is a limited amount of life.
And if there's too much, it limits it further, and if there's too little, it extends it.
Everything is made from the same amount. So if there's more people, more will be split from the existing amount. So the split parts are
So if you
smaller.
have twice as many people, they'll live half as long.
Yes.
And this is the rule for like both, like inside and outside worlds? Or?
Yes.
Huh. Interesting.
So at the current moment in time, do elves live a long time?
Yes.
I'll go with that.
But a lot of people died not that long ago. Well, during the darkness thing.
A couple of 100 years ago.
Yes, they're still recovering.
You say a lot of people died?
I mean, imagine a world where everything that used to grow in sunlight didn't have sunlight anymore for 4 years.
Yeah, I get it. But you're the mantle of life, so you know how much life there is.
It is always the same amount.
But you know how many independent beings are taking up that life.
Yes. I mean, I didn't count them.
Probably sounds boring.
It's more than it used to be.
You have a rough idea.
Yes, it's more than it used to be 400 years ago.
Okay, but twice as many? Half as much again?
They're not recovering that fast. I mean, depends. I would say twice as many, probably. I don't know. It's not the same amount as it was before the darkness. They were way more. But it also means that the existing people are a bit more. Well, I guess this is why you have all the awakened animals around. They're a bit smarter.
That explains how they came into existence. Right. Okay. I think I'm gonna turn in for bed.
So we're starting training tomorrow, yes?
Sure.
I can shapeshift too. You call it shapeshift, right? And she like poofs into a white cat, the size of your panther, but like completely white.
Is that a natural creature from this world?
There is something similar, but with dots and stripes.
Wait, is she talking as?
No, she's mentally talking to Viera. You just see a cat that's like staring at Viera.
Oh, look at Samira.
Yeah, she is still talking to mean?
Miller shrugs. I don't
Did you
mind. I'm
guys?
just having a
Did
crisis
you guys?
right now.
Did you guys have anybody in your trials training you when you were learning stuff? I should ask this question. Are we
Nothing
expecting
more than I
two
told
other?
you already.
Are we expecting like the mantle of death and the mantle of, I don't know, power to show up as well?
Why would there be Mantle of Death or power showing up?
I don't know. Like you had some crazy eyes chasing
But
you.
the eyes are actually
Outsiders, sure, but
Tiffany, can you?
In the meantime, by the way, Elbref has come down from the tree, and they're currently sniffing each other. She seems
Great.
distracted.
Because the eye thing is the outside thing, like the traces, right?
Traces,
Yes.
yes.
These are something different.
Essentially?
So I don't hope these guys show up.
Hopefully not.
Because they sound bad.
They certainly were freaking me out. I don't know. I hope not.
Vieira's gonna shift into the same form as Tiffany.
Okay.
White cat?
Oh.
Well, and a minute later you have 3 giant cats roughhousing because this is what they were starting to do.
Okay.
If you can't beat him, join him.
I guess this is rubbing his head.
Same. I think I'm gonna go sleep now.
Yeah. I don't think I can sleep, but
it was a lot. She just goes into the tent.
okay. He's just standing there looking at the cats and just like, fuck it. He goes into the tent as well.
yeah. Eventually
He's
they will
like-
start, by the way, Chris, they will start going for a run and hunt.
Vieira will not. She will shift back into elf form.
And somewhere
climb
later,
into the tent too.
your kitty cat will come back with dropping you.
Oh, I'm asleep. This was too much. I'm asleep.
Yeah.
When you came down the tent, and I was just staring at the ceiling, just wide-eyed, just.
Yeah, just like lying there, like.
Like both of them silent, just staring at the tent, just processing. Having existential crises each.
Nose bleeding, like.
There was a brief moment at the end where it was like, if you can't beat them, join them.
No way.
And Vieira just gets quiet after that and goes into a trance.
Okay, so what do you do the next morning and the next 8 days?
Well, Samira and I were going to spa because Cassius still needs to finish his book.
Yeah.
Only 3 more hours.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because you got quite a lot in that first day, so you can do like a morning of reading, and then you're done.
Yep.
It's probably a good idea for us to all train together. You mentioned wanting, I think you mentioned wanting to do some sort of like group tactics stuff, Cassius?
Yeah, or just like, well, I wanted to join you for hunting, but we can probably do that later.
Yeah.
We're gonna take a 10-minute break, however, first.
Yes,
Alright.
good idea.
Okay.
And then we're gonna talk through the downtime, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And RP out significant moments, but you'll have Tiffany around in and out of, irregularly.
Super. We're all looking forward to
Woo!
it.
Great if we can get our heads exploded even more.
It's like I love Tiffany because she doesn't give a fuck about the details of how everything works. So he's like, yeah, I don't know.
It's like, it's life. What do you mean?
What do you
That's
mean?
just how things go.
Yeah. Okay, so
I know it's only been 11 minutes, but what were we doing before the break?
Well, you were talking to Tiffany, and Tiffany was like, "Don't worry about it.
After that,
Don't worry
the
about it."
camp.
When we started the new day, we were talking about training.
Yeah.
That's right.
So you basically we're doing now the eight days.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is also the
So-
time to ask questions that you want answered throughout those 8 days. Like if you have questions for the tribe, right? Like I said, Tiffany will be in and out, mostly for you, Viera, right? She is surprisingly really fucking good at staying out of sight of the villagers, by the way.
Yeah. Presumably she can shapeshift at will.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So Vieira's basically just going to get her to show her every kind of animal.
They're all white, by the way.
Yeah, that's fine. And she's going to ask them for their natural colorations each time she shifts. So it's going to be like, is this one always white? Yes, this is normally white with black spots. Great. Okay, good. Is this one normally white? No, this one's normally brown. Okay, good to know.
Yeah.
So she's basically just going to go through a list of animals like that.
Okay, yeah.
And then at the end of the session, during the week's downtime, you can give me a list of all of the animal forms Viera knows how to turn into.
Chris is like, this is my time to shine. I want all the information, all the animals. I don't need to find them myself. Amazing.
Well, she can shift into them. It makes sense.
Let's just say if it is a more rare thing, I will roll a dice to see if she showed it to you in the future, and then we'll decide then if she showed it to you or not. But in principle, the general animals of every biome, yes, you have them. There you go.
Awesome.
Yes.
That's what I'm going to spend my 8 days doing. It's going to be like day 1, the Arctic.
But
day
like
2,
obviously
the
there's
desert.
like millions of types of insects and birds and like
no,
you know,
insects
yeah.
she's not interested. She's only interested in beasts.
Yeah, I mean they technically fall under beast, right? So.
Because like her first question, well no, beasts as in things I can turn into. I can't turn into insects.
I'm pretty sure, yeah, giant spider falls under that.
Yeah.
It's a beast.
It's classed as a beast though.
Yeah.
In the DMG. Anyway, only things that are classed as beasts in the DMG.
Yeah,
I guess.
spiders are classed as beasts.
Yeah, but I knew spiders anyway, so that's fine.
As are cockroaches.
Yeah. So, I'm going to spend. I don't know. Should we just go through each other in turns about what we're going to do for the 8 days, and then we can overlap group stuff?
Yeah, we could do day by day and see if anything wants to do something with the others.
We can do day by day as well. Yeah.
Yeah, or we can do all at once if you want.
I think all at once is fair, and we can just like discuss some of the things we're doing as a group.
Yeah. I think my 8 days worth of training is basically going to consist of whenever Tiffany's around, learning about the different animal forms and how they work. Obviously figuring out she can't fly yet. That's too complicated. But she will at some point go into like snake crocodile form.
Tiffany will still get a kick out of watching it try.
Yeah, of course. There's going to be a few comedy moments of me still trying to fly and being unable to do so. That's fine. Learning your limits is part of the journey. So she'll be turning into a couple of different things like giant crocodiles, giant snakes, giant toads. All the new sort of stuff that she hasn't been able to get access to before. Obviously she can only do 2 forms a day. She's going to primarily focus a lot on hunting cats. That's going to be her primary form.
Yeah.
And obviously
you also got a full rub down of like face to face from your cat. He like declared you as property, basically.
Fair enough.
Yeah, he rubbed his face against you, so now you're his. You're, you know.
Yeah. Did he do that to?
No.
Okay, just checking.
They were playing. She has like it's almost like ADHD, right? Moments of she pops into an animal.
Hyper energy.
Yes, but she also seems to, as she did point out, she feels a lot of things at the same time, so gets distracted easily.
Easily, yes. It's fully expected.
So, like, she starts teaching you, and then she turns into a monkey, and then she's gone for the next 2 days. Right.
Yeah, that's fine, and I know exactly where she is because I'm tracking monkeys, and so is my cat. He's probably hungry at this point. I'm going to spend at least 1 hour a day with Ibrath in panther form, and a lot of that's going to be agility training in cat form, practicing climbing trees, sleeping on trees, hunting, particularly hunting. And we're never gonna hunt the same animal twice. We're never gonna hunt in the same place twice. So she's gonna use a combination of things like long strider, to give her enhanced movement speed, and then shift into animal form, so that they can hunt for extended prey down. And a lot of that will be brought back for dinner as well. So it'll be hunted. She might let him eat like half, and then bring the other half of a boar back home, and then cook it on the fire.
Okay. Details.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask, because that's a lot with the cat, but like I know, Cassius, you have a lot of that like tactical stuff that you guys haven't practiced in a while.
Yeah, I was about to go on to the group thing. Samira and I are going to spar for the first day, and one of the forms is bear, so we're going to bear wrestle. We can do some strength checks on that if you like, to see who wins. And we, as a group, mentioned group tactics. So, as a group, this is kind of where I'm going to say that's me for the next 8 days. But as a group conversation, are we sticking with the idea? Yeah, we can do it afterwards. That's fine.
Yeah.
So, whoever wants to go next.
Are we sticking with the idea of what?
No, that's fine. We'll talk about that after.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just don't want you to forget it.
Yeah.
Okay. Cassius.
Yeah.
You're I'm gonna say that you're the only one who's not gonna get a visit.
Oh.
That bodes well.
But Tiffany will actually at some point, like, when Viera is off hunting with the cat, like just elbows, like, don't worry about it.
Don't worry about what?
I mean, the crystal. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Obviously.
Doesn't.
I had it for a very long time. I don't mind it. It's really nice.
And yeah, until the point he comes back and rips it out of your spine.
He's not gonna rip it out of his spine. I told you he's a nice person.
How do you know that?
Because I talked to him.
But he also gets very pissy, so.
But that's not his fault. And he would never do that.
But what if he comes for the crystal and he gets pissy, and then...
If he were to come for it, then he would also be gentle about it and make sure that you don't have a holy spine.
Okay, that's, yeah, perfect.
But he has more than enough pieces out there to put together without ripping them out of your spine. Same for me. I kind of got used to them. I don't think he minds.
Alright. Yeah, that's, comforting, I guess. Sorry, this is all new.
Yeah, it's fine. Just don't worry about it. He's a really nice person. Like, the nicest ever. Of all of them. Of everything. Super nice.
Okay. Nicer than you?
I'm not nice.
Oh.
No, I'm not nice. I'm just me.
You seem nice. You seem nice.
I mean, thanks. You coming on to me?
The spirit of life.
I mean, that's what I do.
Yeah.
I do have standards.
Oh.
Wow. All right.
I mean, you're
All
not
right.
really comparable to a unicorn. Gotta tell you that.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. She
Yeah.
gives you a wink and then she's gone. She turns into a ferret and gone.
This world sucks. It just like gets frustrated.
But otherwise, basically, you're left to your own devices on figuring things out, right? Experimenting.
Yeah.
You are noticing that, stuff like one of the children are playing and one of the kids falls over and starts crying. You're like, that's so sad. Your empathy seems to be cranking up to the point of like where you cannot always control it. You feel really strongly for other people to the point where you realize it's not coming from you, right?
Oh, I don't like that. Cassius doesn't like that.
It's like a hyper care, right?
Oh. But I feel specifically it's coming from that fucking crystal.
I mean, it's you don't really know where your own thoughts come from most of the time, right?
Oh, okay.
So you just know that this is not you normally, right?
Yeah, I'm going to try to shut that up. But basically, I'm not gonna jump on it and help the kid or do something that's out of line. I'm just gonna like internalize it and kind of like
it seems to be more intense with the people you actually care about.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. It's good to know.
But it's like I will tell you, like the way it works is that you sometimes even pick up on people being like, especially when it comes to negative emotions, like especially like around Samira, because I think she's the most intense when it comes to like flares of anger, right? You get that knot in the pit of your stomach, right? Like even before she shows visible signs of frustration. You feel the tension before you and then you have to like, what the fuck is going on? It's like, oh, Samira is pissy. Okay, that's it. Awesome. Finger guns.
Wow.
Bad signs is also these few days is also my period gonna happen. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no. I'm disappearing on day 4. When are you disappearing?
Let me see. I need to compare calendar-wise. 1, 2, 3.
At some point, Cassius is like, wait, where did everybody go?
On day 6. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Day 6. Day 5. Day 5. Yep.
Wow, you're synchronizing.
It's gonna be a pissy few days. Have fun.
Yeah, stay the fuck away from you those days.
So yeah.
Right.
Samira.
Yeah. It's just gonna be a lot of exercises, like strength training and endurance training, like a lot of running downstream and then swimming back upstream. Like just a lot of workouts.
There's the specific thing you wanted to try out.
Yes. I'm going to try out on the I think it was on the 7th day, one of the latter days, I'm going to have a night where I will just have a quiet evening and ask for some more drinks and just sit there for a few hours. And
So where are you doing this? Because when it's evening, you guys are usually on a pile, right?
yeah, she's just gonna get a bit of distance to the usual camp, just sit right where the tree is in the picture, just with an eye shot, but just still a bit of distance. And just leisurely take a few drinks and...
Okay, give me a second. Activate. Da, 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 da. There we go. So, how do you start?
Right, after she's gotten a bit tipsy and finished basically her remembrances and everything, she just takes out the portrait from her pack and just stares at it for a while, muses, thinks on the few feelings and inclinations she's been feeling as of late during sleep, and remembering a few things here and there, and with after a few minutes she reaches out and touches the portrait, the shape that is barely visible on it, and
It's different since the last time. You haven't really looked at it. It's not as blurry. It's not as vague. And as you stare at it, it's almost like you, for one moment, looking at a very blurry mirror, and you realize that the face has shifted to the side, and you see your own reflection on the glass, and then it almost looks like the face is like next to your face, and then you can hear the breath on that side matching the reflection, and you can feel it, right, and hear it. And it's more of a face now.
Greetings. It's been a while.
You're working.
I am.
Time.
Yes. Yes. Time's been given. Seems like it, at least. You've changed.
Face. You gave me face.
How? What did I do?
Potential.
How can I grasp that potential?
Time. Learn. Time. Potential.
Okay. I mean, I have time. If you give me time, then I'll do as I promised.
Put me together. by the way, as he's this close, right, as he talks, you're getting a distinct he right now. Like definite he. And there's this, and like as he speaks, it almost seems to resonate within you, like to the point like where you realize, yes, you are connected through the portrait, right? And in rare moments, you are basically almost not really quite the same person, but connected. There is this stabbing pain in your rib cage, like right where your heart would be. It makes it really difficult to breathe.
The whole time, or just at the end there?
It's waves, like it's almost like it's flowing in and out, right?
Okay.
And there's this like super deep, and this is something you picked up at the beginning as well, while you were in the tower. This like endless fatigue. It's like you haven't slept for millennia.
Yeah.
Like this like soul crushing weariness, right? Like you could sleep for 1,000 years and it would not be enough.
What can I do? What else?
And he kind of reaches around you, and you almost sense like he's becoming more corporeal at the moment. And he reaches around you with those longish, freakish fingers, right? This is still drenched in red. And he taps against the surface. And the tiny bit of tipsiness that you felt, it's almost like you feel this sucking motion. And you feel it was absorbed by the portrait. Time. Keep working.
What else is there?
So much potential. So many possibilities. Learn, grow, put me together.
Do as promised.
With the fingers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you can feel him shifting, like your reflection vanishes from the surface, and his kind of centers itself on the portrait, and the breath just disappears. But as it disappears, he will say, "I am always there."
Okay. Good.
And then the breath is gone.
And I'll just gasp from the. I assume the pressure is gone, the pain is gone. I just take deep heaving breaths. Oh boy.
I mean, it's familiar pain to you because you've been injured in the past, right? It's like it almost feels like a foreign object having been stabbed through your rib cage, right?
Mm-hmm. I'll open my shirt and look at the glass mandala if anything's changed.
It slightly grew.
I promise. And I put back the portrait. Just silently wander off back to camp. Quiet night for me then. Not saying anything else for the night. Just thinking. Rubbing my chest.
So yeah.
Alright. Otherwise, I'll just keep on training. And the next day is gonna be a lot of chest rubbing because I phantom pains. Still training.
So, is there anything you guys ask in the village? Any additional information you want in the meantime?
The only thing I was going to suggest was that all three of us meet with Murtag so she can tell us all about the capital.
She will tell you that, well, it's a bit more than a day of journey if you take it slow, right? You could technically make it in one day. If you like, but you would arrive like late at night, basically.
Yeah.
She says that they have taken the art of building houses above the water further and made it more stable, but if they're not spread out in the fields around the city, they're very condensed. And she doesn't seem too keen on, like, they don't mind lack of privacy, but there seems to be a limit as to how many people they consider. Like, if it's too many in a pile, they don't like that idea, right? So basically, she says that they understand why they live like that, and that's fine. It's just for them, it's too crowded, right? She's been to the city maybe once or twice in her entire life, and she didn't like it. Too many people, too many smells, too much noise. That's not the natural noise.
Sounds perfect.
And they also generally avoid going there when the big trade ships come through.
I'm gonna ask about the coin she gave us and about basically trying to compare the worth of one of those coins to see if it's the equivalent of what coinage to us.
She wouldn't be able to tell you that. She says
Okay.
you will have to figure that out in the city.
Okay. And I'll also ask about the other city, the production one, if there's going to be something worthwhile for us to find there.
Well, they will tell. How it usually goes is that they do basically they plant things in spring, right after the darkness, and stuff grows, and then they harvest it and they bring it over to Gaitern, where Gaitern then processes it in various ways. She said that they make a crystal out of it, and that crystal is sweet, but sweeter than the plant itself. But apparently people like that, and that sweetness is then used to trade for other goods in the capital city. And usually they just deliver it to Gaitern because Gaitern is smaller and not as noisy and loud. So they usually go to Gaitern, and then other people take it on boats actually to Penvent. But you can also get to Penvent using the road. And it's also like they use the time when they deliver the sugarcane, to trade for things they need.
And I'm assuming there's nothing we can glean about the laws in these cities from them, since they don't pay attention?
Well, she will say that do not take what is not yours.
Fair enough.
Looking at Cassius.
people don't take too kindly to saying things that are not true. If you don't have anything true to say, don't say anything at all.
So no thieving or lying. Good to know.
Cassius looks at Cassius at that.
Cassius looks at Cassius?
Yeah. If that's a possibility. Huh.
I guess only truths, only.
She has heard that there is something called guards in Penvent. Mostly because Penvent has other people mingling there when the big trade ships come through. And she has heard that sometimes people come from the mainland to deal with things that the locals just don't want to deal with. That has been caused by outsiders.
Yeah. That's more the world we're used to.
AKA, if there's somebody causing serious trouble, they call in people from outside and then they get rid of them.
And does she have anything she can tell about the other main masses of land?
Not much. It's like they have ships that travel back and forth during the seasons when ship travel is a thing.
Do you know very simple things like one of them is cold, one of them is warm, or
What's that? Or what kind of people come from which
land? Do the people traveling to the West land wear coats and fur, or do they?
No, they seem to have similar. She will point out that they don't dress as casual as they do, as the Hero's Money do. They dress in more layers, like you guys do. She points at you, right?
Not that VR is wearing that many layers, but
well, more than they do. I mean, like let's not kid ourselves. Like compared to you, they're naked, right? Yeah. She says like most Heroes Money in the city do wear more, but not that much more, and the people who are traveling wear way more, but not cold, not thick, no. As far as she knows, the temperatures are very similar on both sides.
Okay, good to know. Just in case we want to decide whether we wanted a cold or a hot climate.
She personally wouldn't know of a place that would be colder than this.
Cold. Okay. Any questions?
If you ask her about snow, she will literally look at you blankly.
Yeah, I wasn't going to.
Any question for me, Cassius?
It's clear. Behave normally. Don't lie and steal. Don't cause too much trouble.
The good thing is that everybody seems to like to speak the truth, so perhaps we can get a lot of useful information from the capital about East and West if we talk to the right people.
Probably.
Yes, the problem is just how to not seem like weirdos when asking those questions.
Maybe.
Catch unnecessary attention.
When we're talking to the people from the East, we came from the West.
Huh. Maybe if Gaitan is less...
She will point out that there's no East and West. East and West is water. It's North and South.
Okay.
Maybe if in people there's less... I would say that we should go to Penwan because there's more space to blend in. But maybe Gaitan is
there were
more
also
of like a smaller step up.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's anything for us in...
From the description that she will give you, Gaitan is very much a farming, fishing town, more like village than
this. But,
never mind.
I get what you mean, but I get the impression heading for the capital is just a better idea.
Yeah.
There are elves there, so...
Imagine Gaitan, you know, one of those like quiet medieval Spanish coastal towns? Like that.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't think there's much point going there unless there's something there specifically that we
No.
want
Yes,
to
I
look
mean,
at.
if we were told that people were untruthful as well, then I'd say why not try out guide them to get our steps.
Yeah.
Before getting potentially fucked over in a big city, but if they don't like lying, then I don't see what's the point.
I don't think
No.
they're all of them will tell truths.
Yeah.
I mean,
We'll just have to find natives.
Stealing was prohibited where we are from as well, and it happened.
True.
If you're saying this in front of them, she will point out it's not that it's not allowed. People just don't do it. Heroes' money don't take things that are not theirs and they don't need because
The
they are
heroes'
not
money.
interested in that.
But what about the others?
None of them fucks with the hero's money. It's not like it's not that she says it that way, but the way she describes it, it's for some odd reason nobody fucks with these people and hasn't for 400 years.
Let's not be the first, because that would make us stick out.
I'm not saying.
It's like, so you get this, like, especially like if you talk a bit longer, and this kind of explains some of the behavior that is weird to you, right? Is that it's not that they're naive. They're very reasonable people. They're literally in a jungle full of deadly things, right? They're not going blah, 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 for the jungles like and bumping into things and dying left and right. No, they have been living very consciously of dangers, and they're aware that other people out there on the mainland lie and kill and steal. But they don't, because they only... You're talking to awakened animals. That are very much... they're very much still in that herd mentality of like, well, we eat when we're hungry. We fuck when we're horny, right? We sleep when we're tired. We don't need things. But for some reason, and they don't really care about why, because it's not something like, it's not knowledge that is like important to their immediate living, right? This is why they don't know that much about the other continents, right? But for some reason, specifically for 400 years since that place exists, nobody from the outsiders has fucked with them ever. Because again, they are aware that lying, cheating, and so on exists, but for some reason nobody does it with them.
Another question I had was, the people in town, do they usually speak like we do, common, or is there another language, like language of order that's usually spoken?
In Gaiter, they speak more the language of order, right? Celestial.
That's me.
I mean, but in the capital city, they're mostly speaking common, quote unquote.
That's why I asked.
Yeah.
So, capital, it is.
I mean, I do have this book for you, Vera. Could read it.
You hand this to me now after you guys have all finished reading?
Good question. Why did you not give it beforehand?
I mean, I didn't think she was interested.
I'm not. It's fine. If there's anything to do with Celestial, you guys are there. You can translate.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah, true enough.
Yep.
Viera is not into books.
Not particularly.
Alright, are there any other questions that we had?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think I asked all of mine.
I think the best way to just experience the city is just go into it.
Yeah. Find a tavern or an inn that we can set up in and maybe spend a couple of days there and just learn a bit more about North and South, and presumably we want to travel to one of them, preferably long before the red mist sets in.
True.
When they don't travel.
I mean, that's literally 9 months away, so...
Yeah, I know, but we don't know how long the travel takes. But that's something we'll find out, I guess.
To where? To the other continents?
North or south.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. It might be a couple of weeks, by the sounds of it. But yeah, no, the only other stuff was just group stuff. we wanted to talk a bit more about fighting tactics.
Yes.
Are we... The first thing we have to take into account is that we have 2 new companions.
She will, by the way, give you basically information about there is a an inn right outside the city, so you don't have to go in if you want to stay there when you arrive. This is like if they really fucking have to go to Pathfinder, this is where to stay because it's on the periphery.
Okay.
Otherwise, she will say
inside?
just follow the main road, and along the main road you will have places
so
where
that's
you can
maybe
stay.
a baby step. Baby step. We can tap our feelings out.
I think we just go in.
She will say that the coins they gave you should cover you, no problem. You can find a place where you can stay for that.
Good. We have to figure that out as well once we're there. We got some now, but let's find out.
Yeah.
Alright. Group stuff.
Group stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So obviously the first thing to take into account is that we have 2 companions.
Yes.
As part of the setup. Obviously neither of us wants to put them in harm's way if we don't have to, but having 2 extra pairs of hands or paws could come in very handy in a fight.
And she's like, Mua, is this? Are you talking about this in front of Mua? By the way.
No, we're not even talking about this in front of the GM. Shh.
Okay, well, never mind.
Yeah, we're doing like that. That's the group talk separately as a camp, figuring shit out.
Go, I'm not there. Go.
So, I am probably going to hang back. My combat approach is very much always been ranged to begin with and melee afterwards. But I'm now going to predominantly stay at range. I'm going to use my bow to cover you guys and potentially take out ranged targets first. Ibrath will try to ambush his way into melee or protect flanks predominantly, but we also have magic at our disposal. That's something else to consider.
That's a new factor, yeah.
So none of us really had that before. So that's something we should...
Yes, we should maybe on the road try to have a group fight with something, maybe some sort of creature.
I'm not sure I want to particularly go looking for a fight, but it would be useful to know the kinds of things that you're able to do in a group fight.
From what I've noticed so far is that I'm pretty easily tapped out, and I don't know if I want to take a moment or two to tap into that magic during a fight itself, so I don't think if I'll do it mid. So I mean, got that pretty armor from one of them, but otherwise I should be just brute force otherwise, as usual.
Okay. I mean, I'm gonna, given the nature of magic here, where you take it from somewhere to do what you want, I'm probably going to use magic relatively sparingly, unless we desperately need it. I'm probably not going to use an awful lot of it. I have my own wild shapes that I can shift into, and I did learn something about when I surprised you two the other night. I get the impression that when I surprised you and Cassius launched his whatever that thunder stomp was, it probably would have hurt me a lot more had I not been in animal form. But the animal form seemed to absorb a lot of that, so I'm going to use my animal form's predominantly in combat too.
Hmm.
Probably save them for if something gets too close to me.
Yeah, so it acts more like a shield, kind of.
It's kind of like a buffer, sort of. I get the impression kind of the animal, or whatever magic it is that turns me into the animal, absorbs the brunt of it.
That's
But
very useful.
I did end up a little bit injured afterwards, so it doesn't absorb all of it.
Yeah.
It's incredibly useful, especially
Yeah,
in tougher forms that you can take.
Yeah,
I mean, the bear
obviously.
fight was pretty hardy there, like assuming it was in pass.
Yeah, that was certainly interesting. You're still stronger than me in bear form, though, I think. But
I don't know about that, but alright.
Again, what did they feed you?
well, I mean, it was quite taxing. Suddenly going from a little wafy elf into a humongous bear.
Yes, getting
I was
control of your limbs, I
extreme.
assume, is pretty hard then.
Yeah, and a lot of the practice I'm going to have to do over time is just getting used to the different forms. Like, being in the form of a cat is so different to a bat, and
from now on,
completely
I'm going to stick to a pretty intense workout regime anyway. So you're welcome to
I'm
come
gonna
along with me
join
then.
you on that. Yeah,
Yes.
if you don't mind. I need to push myself past any limit I've ever done before. A lot of the stuff I used to do was endurance. Now I need to do strength.
You're welcome to help to come along with that as well. I've noticed I was pretty easily out of breath at the very beginning of our training the past few days. I don't want that to happen again. That's just death waiting to happen.
Yes, so I think we're gonna have to train. I suggest training in the evenings after our travels for the day. That way, we're not gonna be sore. Well, not as sore, hopefully, for the whole day, and we'll at least get a good night's rest in after we've done the training. But that might be a good idea. Train at night, just before bed.
Yeah.
Cassius can do the campfire. That's no problem.
Yeah. Maybe some warm up in the morning if we have time.
I think. Yeah. To come back to that, because I get that magic is limited in the sense that you're taking it from somewhere.
Yeah.
But I do need to practice this shit, and
I do. Yeah, we all do. I've drawn on the magic while I've been here. I don't think it's detrimental. You're just borrowing it from something, and eventually it finds its way back there.
I mean,
the
that's
impression I get.
That's how I get it as well. I mean, I'm taking stuff in and releasing it.
Yeah,
it just comes out differently sometimes.
Yeah, the nature spirit is borrowing the life essence of these people to focus the magic into growing the trees, and the trees will produce fruit which will give them their vitality back. So it's all one big cycle, very natural in that sense. I don't know how much you guys know about magic, but there are obviously rumors of magic being able to restore people to life.
I mean, that obviously happened to you before.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my concern there is, does that mean you have to take a life? Because there is only
Tiffany has said just
there is
recently
only
about
so much life in
life.
the world. So if you're restoring life to something, you must take it from somewhere else.
Well, there's also the question of we're different. We're not part of her life.
But we are. Because
she just said we aren't. We're outsiders.
We are, but when we came through the tower, we experienced that really weird.
Yeah.
But
nobody wants to talk about.
We're still outside. Multiple sources have told us this.
In theory, but I suspect the magic still works the same way. If you restore life to one of us, it has to come from life somewhere else. The magic is inherent to this world. So, certain magic I think we need to be careful about whether we use or not.
I don't think any of us has something like that at the moment.
No,
anyways.
I don't. We may never get access to anything like that, but it's more a case of there might be some magics that you think twice before using. Is all I'm saying.
Okay.
And there might be other magics like even just flavoring the food that Cassius has done a few times, that's limited amounts of magic, but that's had to come from somewhere. So
yeah, but that's like there's a couple things
Yeah,
that I can do that feels very limited, and some things that are a bit more involved. And my guess is that the little things doesn't take that much.
Yeah, I think if you used them a lot, it would add up. But if you're just doing it a little bit here and there, it probably doesn't matter altogether.
I mean, you all are talking about taking energy from something and then releasing it. It's for me, it's kind of like I have like a pool, and I can of water, for example. I can take out some heaps of that, and then it's empty, and I have to refill it again.
So
But
you're
what
taking from
refills
yourself.
Kind of like it's very similar to my healing, you know. I can't do that endlessly. It just gets exhausted after a while. Then it comes back
But
after
what
rest.
restores it?
I assume just rest. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I think for the stuff that came before this world, perhaps. But for the stuff that we gain through the tower, perhaps not.
And that's another thing. And yes.
So yes, we do need to practice it, and that will involve using it. But we shouldn't be throwing it around either. I think we should be careful, or at least conservative. If we need it, then yes, absolutely.
You know, speaking of we were talking about what else we got from that magic. I haven't used it that much before, but I don't think I need the bow anymore. I think we can sell that in town. I have something else I can use instead, and I'm not as clumsy with.
Yeah, same here.
Magic, I assume.
Yes.
From the tower.
Is
it limited?
It doesn't seem at the moment
to be.
not.
Okay.
Yeah.
It seems more like a fracture.
Yeah, I mean, if you're happy with that. Yeah. We can sell that, maybe get some coin, proper coin from here for that.
Maybe that's actually a good idea. Before we go and buy something, because we don't know how much we should give, we sell something and we compare that to what we would have normally gotten.
Yes, the other thing we need to... That is something we should do first in the capital. Once we've done that, we should see about... Obviously, they said that people don't like it if you don't speak truth. So there must be some sort of official coin changer. They have different coins here, just like we do, or did. There must be somebody willing to take... I mean, at the end of the day, our coins were gold, weren't they? And
the
silver,
metals itself have
exactly.
worth.
Yeah,
exactly. And there must be somebody willing to take them. They'll probably just melt them down and make their own coins with them.
Yeah.
But that might be more of an official thing. I don't know. Obviously, where we came from, the coins were usually minted by kings and stuff like that. So. But yeah.
Too bad that we don't have those jewels anymore.
No, we sold them all. Should have kept a few of them.
Would have been interesting to see how much, precious map jewels and everything, gems, compare with worth here.
Well,
we could
try and sell some stuff and then pretend to be interested in buying some jewels to see how much they cost.
Sure.
And not actually buy any. That'll give us a good idea of that. So maybe that's something...
I mean, that's one of the best ways to estimate something's worth, when you just pretend to be interested in it.
So before we go too much into detail about the
tactics,
tower,
we need
the capital,
go back to topic.
Back to tactics. So predominantly I'm going to stay at range unless I get engaged personally, at which point I will probably use my animal forms that are available to me.
Like I said, just as before, I'm more of a full frontal assault kind of person. So just yes, I'll take the hits for you if necessary.
Is Vinny any use in combat?
He doesn't seem to do a lot of damage, as we saw before, but they're very
He's capable of slicing things.
If we're encountering aggressive grass, maybe.
Well, you say
Vinny,
that, but
Vinny
if grass can be cut, so
chops
can
off the
flesh.
top of an entire bushel. It's like, hiya! Slice!
Good work, buddy. Good work.
And he then does like shadow boxing.
But I'm thinking of my connection, the mental connection we have, more of a reconnaissance sort of need.
Okay. Yeah.
He does the Legolas.
Ibrath's really
looking
good at
into
that
the
as well.
distance.
Not to put you to shame, Cassius, but I think Ibrath would probably give you a serious run for your money when it comes to hiding.
Yeah, I want to.
He's really good at it.
I still want to practice that with you.
If it's dark out and if there's shadows, then Winnie just blends right in.
Yeah, that's true. But sometimes too dark a shadow is visible.
So. Actually, that's okay. To kind of, we're gonna deviate from the fighting again. But what are you going to do with Ibrath in the city?
Good question. On a ship, especially for traveling.
We've got some rope. I can make it look like he's on a leash.
Oof.
Sure.
How good are you with separating for a little bit of time? Because I'm thinking maybe the first 2 days or so we could feel out the city, if that's okay.
Is anyone asking the locals about that?
There are deer people?
Yes, about like, hey, what do you think about us taking the cat into the city?
Yeah, none of us have asked that question yet.
Yeah.
So.
And also there are people like the deer people that are panther people we learned.
Exactly. So
isn't that gonna be strange?
But they they're all like somewhere else.
Well, maybe. Would they travel? There might be one or two here. They might look at Ibrath and be like, oh, it's a panther person, whatever.
True.
I mean, I could walk in like a deer with the panther next to me. They probably wouldn't blink, as long as it doesn't attack anyone.
Huh. Good question. Maybe then the leash is not a good idea.
Well, I mean, he won't be bothered about a little bit of rope.
Yeah, but other people, if they think that's a person on a leash.
Yeah.
Maybe they're just into very weird stuff.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We could ask.
Eyebrow wiggle.
That seems the obvious thing. Obviously, the deer people aren't too keen on panthers walking around free, but if it's accompanied, then I don't think there would be.
We could ask, and otherwise
we can ask before we leave. Worst case scenario, I stay outside the city. I'm not bothered if I do or don't come in, and if it's a case of it has to be escorted to the ship, then fine. He's not gonna care. He's gonna probably enjoy not being in the city, if I'm honest.
Okay. Well, we'll find out then, anyways.
All right. Back to fighting. Yeah.
Yeah. So obviously you guys know what I'm going to be doing predominantly in combat. So
Cassius, what's your positioning now? What has changed from back then? You were very much a middling person.
Yeah, right? I can still like kind of like go in between. Like before, I used to be better. I mean, I can use a bow, but I did hit some things with my crossbow actually. Yeah, I didn't do shit with it. Yeah. But I prefer. Well, it's not really my kind of style, but with the magic that I do, a lot of it is from a distance. I mean, the thing I fired at you, Vera, was close because you were close, but that was more of a gut reaction. But it can go far.
Okay. Is that limited, or is that like something that's
that one makes me tired, if that's what you're saying. And there's
so
another.
Are you still keeping up that sword practice like you were
Oh
before?
yeah, I mean that's my go-to thing, right? Like
You prefer fighting with the sword?
I mean, it's what I'm used to.
So you're more of a distance than swooping in and then out?
Yeah, I mean, we've practiced.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what I do.
Yeah, that's very much flighty.
I try not to be caught.
And that's good. That's good to have.
There is some other magic that doesn't make me tired that I haven't shown you guys yet. But I don't think I can do it on something like I need a living target.
Oh.
And it's not going to be living afterwards, probably. So.
What does it do?
Let's save that for something that attacks us. Then.
Yeah.
Rather than trying to practice that.
Yeah. Basically, what it does, it chokes them to death.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Kind of. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess some people are into that.
Well, yes, but also no. Maybe not to death part.
Maybe not.
Mine is a bit more similar to the weird magic you shot beforehand, but not that powerful. Like, nothing choking.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's just me.
You should examine that a bit.
Nah, it's probably fine. Yeah, so I think we're I mean it's more of a case of doing it, and you can always discuss so many things, but what I've learned from the groups what I've ran with before, as soon as you come in contact with something, the enemy, plans often go to smithereens. So
they do, but if we all know what we can rely on each other for, like if I know that Samira is always going to try and be in the front of it, I can use that to support her. Yeah. So if something tries to flank her, I can block that, either with Ibrath or myself as a bear.
Exactly, knowing each other's abilities is the primary thing we should know.
That's true.
That's why I wanted to do a few test runs with all of us.
We can certainly do some practice. Yeah. I think as long as part of the fighting is knowing how we're going to support each other. So if the fight is very much a case of Cassius is starting to get flanked, I will be the support to stop that flank if Samira is busy with something else. If Samira isn't busy with something else, then I will leave her to do the flanking while I remain at range and keep peppering things with bows. For the most part. And I will be aiming for anything that is ranged against us to begin with.
I think that's a good idea, and I think with the flanking, I can get out of sticky situations. I think a little bit more easily than Samira can.
Yes, you can.
I can get out of sticky situations very easily too, which is why I think if Samira is holding something else off, I should be the one to help you with flanking, because if it suddenly goes bad, we can both slip out of there, no problem.
I could help force people out of your immediate areas. I'm pretty good at moving people around.
Also good to know.
We see that.
Yeah. I think when it comes to targets, perhaps we should have priorities in general. If there's another magic user, do we really want to leave them unchecked?
No.
We probably want to target magic users first, unless there's something else seriously more pressing.
I'm just questioning if we should keep attack magic users at range, or if I should force them to be all front up with me.
Depends on what we come into contact with and what's attacking us. Really, every fight is going to be different. It's more a case of if we know that we can come to a general consensus of we pressure magic users against us first, then we all know as soon as that fight breaks out, the first sign of magic, we're all gonna pressure that magic user out of the fight, unless there is a more pressing problem. the biggest part of it all is just good communication, quick, bursty commands.
Yes, Cassis, you did something like that previous as well, giving commands and during combat, I remember. Do you have anything you go to or something you were pretty good at directing us last time?
I mean, it's so in general I like to target things that are already being distracted because with the pointy stick, it's easier to kind of like get in between, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like it's and
if they're distracted, it's easier to get in between the armor links and stuff.
Yeah, definitely. And I also don't like to take a beating. It messes up my hair.
We know.
Likewise.
But and with the pointing things out, I've noticed that. I mean, it's weaknesses, right? Like people show, especially when they're under pressure. With animals, it's harder for me, but it's still possible. But especially with people, when they're in a fight, a lot of them. They're just, if they're not very trained, they're gonna have very obvious giveaways. It's as if someone is lying to you, right? Yeah. And you can kind of like see patterns how they move, and I try to take advantage of that, and I think I can also help you take advantage of that. If I call it out correctly.
If you can call it.
I don't really look at things like that during a fight, so that could help, yes. Should we do some sort of code words like that, or so the opponent doesn't know what we're going for?
Some. I think in the heat of combat, they're probably not going to be paying an awful lot of attention to what you're shouting. They'll probably be paying more attention to where you swing that maul.
Yeah. The shouting is probably only going to distract them, maybe. So it could just be used like that.
Potentially, yeah. If they're trying to focus on blocking weapon swings and also what the conversation is. But just on another note, when it comes to just animals in general, it's hard to quantify what kind of animal, but generally speaking, if it's kind of a cat, a bear, anything like what you would class as a beast normally, the chances are I can probably stop a fight from happening in the first place. So back off, don't be aggressive, let me talk to it first. I will always have the ability to talk to an animal.
Yeah.
So I can at least say, whoa, stop, we're not here to hurt you. We just want to go over there. You stay there. You're all good. You're fine. We can probably pass by unhindered.
I think we can actually now do, or at least I can do something similar with people. Because I can, if they're aggressive already.
Okay.
I can.
Oh, the calming thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we have that in common, I think.
Yeah. That's true. But what I've also noticed, and this is something I wanted to try out, it's not going to hurt you, I think, on one of you, that I can seem to influence what people do, like directly.
What, like make them do what you want?
Not necessarily, not direct control, but
like
I've told something to stop before, and they stopped.
Huh.
Okay, how is that not direct control?
I don't know.
Is it only for short time, or?
I think so. I haven't tried it further than that, and that's something I need a test subject.
Okay, how about this? I'm going to try to cast something harmless at you, and you can try to stop me.
I can also maybe just
let's do that. Okay,
tell
I
you
prepare
to
the
jump.
cast. I start casting.
And I will cast command to stop. And I will literally stop.
Well, roll wisdom saving throw, I think. Or is it charisma?
What saving throw is it?
I think it's wisdom. Let me check.
Yeah, because that's a different for me.
Wisdom saving throw, yeah.
That's my worst one. Hey, let's go.
Yeah. It's gotta be the 14.
Hey!
She doesn't stop.
Okay, and I cast Color Spray. Let me just...
And then we get a TPK from you guys killing each other.
Yep, you're blind now.
It does it have to exceed by hit points or something, or?
Yep. It should exceed, well, whatever the 34 plus 15 is.
Oh,
Okay, yeah, that
plus
does
15.
exceed. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, that's... Where... And yeah, he's sort of like stumbling
Just
around
for
blinded.
6 seconds. 6 seconds and you're back to normal.
Okay. Ow, that hurt my eyes.
Yeah, she
It
did
should
that
be
to me
gone
when
right
I
now.
surprised you guys. It was like a... I don't know, it was like a rainbow, sort of, I think.
But
A
I didn't
rainbow
really
of pain. I'm sorry, I'm gonna shut up now.
I didn't really feel that much. Do you want to try again?
I'm gonna take a few side steps until I'm behind Samira this time.
Yeah, I'm gonna... Samira.
And I
Jump.
cast.
No, I say jump now.
Okay, let's see. Wisdom?
Yep.
Yep, I jump. And mid-jump, I cast invisibility on you.
Which
Because
I don't know.
tried.
Which I don't notice. All right. I see you jump.
Cassius, is that your crystal or...
No, I wanted to show you something. I didn't really... I could do that. I can
Show
do that
what?
now.
Well, at least he's good at stealth now.
Show what?
Yes.
What? Look at my hands.
Look down.
You don't see
Look
your
down.
hands.
What?
Your body's gone.
What did you do, Samir? What did you do?
It's fine. It's fine. I can make...
Like touch myself? Like I...
Yeah, it's
feel
there,
myself,
but it's like
obviously.
you can't see yourself. It's very distressing.
Calm down, and I drop it.
Ah, I can see.
It's alright. It's alright. I just wanted to show you.
Are you checking inside your pants?
No.
I
just put my
view with both hands down his pants. Oh, thank God, it's still there.
No, put my hands on my face, my hair.
Oh, yeah.
It's all there, right?
To show you both that I could help you with your sneaking adventures in the futures.
How long does that last? Because
Well,
I mean, if it's only for a few minutes, that's useful for just getting past.
I don't know how long, but it
Okay.
I put it up for a few, like 10,
Can you
20
do it
minutes
again
beforehand.
right now?
No, I'm pretty tapped.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, I can go for the whole night.
Yeah, that's why I said I've got limited. I've got limited.
Smooth,
But also...
Cassius. I was gonna say you could do it on the Panther. In the city.
Tomorrow? Or
If we find out how long it lasts, if it's long enough to get the Panther into the tavern room.
Actually, I don't need it to wait for tomorrow. I found that I just need to rest for a little bit.
Well, I mean, it's pretty late at night already now.
Yes,
So
but if I did this in the morning and then rested and like a nice little nap during lunch, then I'd be good to go again.
Maybe we find out how long it lasts.
Yes, we can try it tomorrow.
I know I'm guessing, but I would say that I can stay in an animal shape for about 2 hours, give or take. So we'll find out if it's as long as that or longer. That's more than enough time to get... We can leave Ibrath outside the city with me while you guys find an inn, and then you come out, meet me invisible on the Panther, walk him into the tavern. If Panthers aren't allowed.
True.
Yeah.
That's one way. And then once we arrange the boat, we could do the same thing, invisibility until he's on the boat.
Yes,
well,
they're not allowed.
But then
that could be very... We don't know how long it's gonna be of a boat trip.
Yeah.
So we'd have to...
No, but if we can get a private room, nobody would come into the room.
Would he survive, like, cooped up in a room?
He would be fine, as long as you give him
also,
belly rubs.
People don't just respect your privacy on a boat, usually.
I mean, people in this world don't seem to respect privacy.
There's not many boundaries on a ship. You're all on a ship. together, crammed in one space.
Well,
that doesn't really happen with
that's
the room is
that's
off limits.
something we'll have to cross when we get there. Maybe it's a case of we then ask about if they don't like panthers for a start, and it's a problem. Then we arrange ship passage with an exotic pet.
That's more likely to happen.
Yeah. So, and then as long as people, I mean, they might want to put him in a cage, which he will not like. But if I go into the cage with him, he'll be fine.
We can try the person route.
I think it's better to not put you in a cage, so let's not do that.
Try stopping me when I shift into a bear inside a cage.
Yeah, still. Just no cages.
But no,
also
I mean, what I mean is...
You could shift into a mouse and just escape.
Yeah, I could shift into a mouse and slip out.
Oh, sure.
Or a spider, or anything. As long as you don't step on me.
Yeah.
So we should ask the townsfolk first about panthers in cities. Probably a no, I'm guessing. And how we would go about getting it into the city safely. I mean, it might just be that the guards say yes, it needs to be collared and chained. In which case, no problem. But we'll find that out once we head towards the city.
But also, your jump thing worked this time.
Yeah.
That was, so you didn't just jump for the fun of it.
No, I jumped. it was
really?
It was a bit strange. Like,
how did
was it just like instinct?
No, not really. It was like all of a sudden I wanted to jump.
Right. Okay.
Huh.
Kind of, you know those intrusive thoughts when you're like at the edge of like a cliff? You think, I want to fall down there, or I want to eat something when you see something delicious. It's just, you know, those intrusive thoughts. It just vanish all of a sudden again.
I can't say I've ever been at the edge of a cliff and thought I just want to fall down there, but the eating thing I can sort of get. Especially wild boar ribs.
Yes. Or if you see something very, very pretty out of the corner of your eye, you think, I want to take that.
Oh, yeah.
You should get that, Cassius, yes.
Yeah, Cassius definitely gets that one. Perhaps me not so much. Depending on what the precious thing looks like, or the pretty.
Maybe very, very beautiful flower.
Yes, potentially.
Very, very useful herb.
Yes, as long as there isn't any kind of creatures around that might look like they eat them, then yeah.
Okay, you are very much not my target audience.
Not impulsive enough.
No, probably not. Probably something to do with living hundreds of years eventually. Might have something to do with it.
Eventually, because I was wondering how old you are.
How old do you think I am?
Well, you just said eventually, so you can't be that old. And from... I know you... Aging is kind of strange for elves. So you have to be on the younger side if you don't say eventually, and also you look young.
Well, I mean, we all look young until we're not. So
yes.
There is also that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I have no clue. 100 years? Something like that?
I'd say maybe... You are strange. At times you seem wise, at times not. But that can also be explained with very lone living, like you did before.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't alone.
Very solitude, away from society, most, usual.
Just awkward.
Things. Unused to regular civilization, let's say.
I think different kinds of living is the better way to explain it. I'm very much used to living in a community where everybody has a job that they adhere to, but at the same time, my community is very much give and take. We don't take too much, otherwise there won't be enough next year. We try to live in harmony with the surroundings around us, which is very different to human society. They very much case of they take what they want when they need it.
See, when you talk like that, you seem very wise. How old are you? Let's be real.
Also very judgmental, but okay.
And it comes with age.
Well, a lot of that's an upbringing thing, I think, Cassius.
I mean, you're not wrong, but...
Wood elves, wild elves, whatever you want to call us, we tend to have a societal view of the other race as being younger and therefore less knowledgeable, less... The easiest way to explain it is that I would normally live to see you and 9 generations of your children. So when you put that into perspective as a race, we see a lot of the effects that you have on the world for the next 9 generations that you yourself do not see, and your children don't ever get told about those effects because they are so gradual you do not notice them. But as a race we do, because it's only been 1 or maybe 2 generations. So we see the profound impact that your human village logging 20 trees out of that forest has over the course of 100 years, whereas you guys don't see it. So that's the biggest difference, I think. So we are around a lot longer and therefore see the effects more clearly of what happens.
Did your clan in general keep to your
We did. We kept to the high forest for the most part. We tried to keep the balance in the forest that we lived in. Not always possible. I lost friends to creatures. I lost friends to orcs, predominantly. But that's always the case. Elves have always hated orcs, and orcs have always hated elves, so...
Well, is that the usual way for elves, or just your general people? Because I mean, back in Termish there were a normal amount of elves, not too many, not too little.
Well, there's lots of different kinds of elves. So obviously the wood elves tend to, they're named as such, they tend to stick to the woods. The grey elves are named because they tend to flock to the cities. The concrete, the stone, whatever it is that you guys make your cities out of, the grey elves tend to inhabit them. So, and there are grey elven cities that they have made themselves. So there's lots of different kinds of elves and lots of different outlooks from elves in general. But wood elves tend to see the natural world as it is, and they've lived in harmony with it for as long as possible, and always try to keep that harmony. Because we know that if we look after a forest for 1,000 years, that's a very long time for humans. But it's only 1 and a bit generations for us. Like, we might be handing that forest over to our children for them to look after for the next 1,000 years. And that's 20 generations for humans. But you haven't remembered what your grandfathers do, let alone your great-great-great-great-great-grandfathers, which is only 6 generations down the line. Both of whom my people have watched be born, grow old, and die. It's just a different perspective of things in general. But no, to answer your original question, I'm pretty young as far as elves go. I'm only 26 summers. I was born at the end of summer. So.
What? I thought I heard something about... Like, isn't there like a century before you're an adult? Or something like that? I heard something once. Or is it just different kinds of elves of different things?
We mature at the same rate as a human, so we are productive when we're 16, even as young as 12, 13 sometimes. But the easiest way to explain that would be the average human would see us as an adult at 16, 17, 18. The average elf would see us as physically mature at 18, but mentally, an 18-year-old elf is a baby as far as if you consider the elders who live 700, 800 years. 18 is nothing. You've basically seen a handful of summers that are different to a handful of other summers. You may not have even seen a winter that was seriously deep. You have experienced nothing as far as the world is concerned. So, a bit like a human lives 70 years and you consider 20 to be an adult, an elf lives 700, so we consider 100 to be an adult. In that sense.
So you aren't worrying about aging because you asked Tiffany all those questions about lifespans. I thought maybe you were worried about that.
Well, I mean, I'm a little bit concerned. She mentioned at the one point the elves having a long lifespan and then not so much, and it was like, wait a second, do people suddenly stop aging a certain amount of time? Or that was more of a generic concern about the world. But no, it seems to be, I mean, it's we're gonna live our lifetimes here and not notice a change, more than likely.
Okay.
But over 3,000-4,000 years, there might be a change. Depends on, I guess, the very quickly populating races was my initial concern. If elves still live 700 years and only birth one child in that period, but a goblin lives 50 years and births 20, the balance of life is going to favor the creatures who live the shortest. If there's only so much life.
I think, considering how active these spirits seem, I think they would keep some kind of balance.
She said her job was to keep that balance, didn't she? So,
true.
I mean, the other thing we don't know is we don't know if there is a certain amount of life for elves and a certain amount of life for humans.
I think you shouldn't be worried about a short lifespan. She said something they needed to be repopulating anyway, so maybe it's longer at the moment.
Yeah, that could be true.
Yeah, I think that's more a case of it's indirect in the sense that something happened to wipe a lot of people out, and now because there are less, people live longer. But over time, as people get more, then people will begin to live shorter again. So,
I'm just still confused about how we factor in here, if we are affected
or
not,
or if we even
or not.
If we're even, I mean, she can sense us because she popped up and she was bored.
She said something about she could sense us because we are in her.
Yes. Not well, I mean, now that we know that we're in the inside world, well, we're inside the world, so maybe given the world is a living thing.
I don't. It's just headache worth
too much to think about in a nutshell. But she did say it's possible for us to get from the inside to the outside. We just have to find our way through the barrier, whatever that is, if we even want to go.
Yeah.
How long do you have left to live, old man?
Old man?
I figured
There's
with
a few
your
more
little
grey hairs in the top of that head.
And I just motioned to the corner of my eyes. We will hear stress signs. It should be pretty far along. Teasing, wink, wink.
Oh my. I mean, if there isn't a sun god coming down to earth and ripping my spine out, I don't know. Like He's starts counting in his head. I think I'm somewhere between 20 and 30, but
what?
You don't
how do you not know how many summers at least that you've seen?
I mean, probably somewhere in the middle, 20, 25.
Check. Is he bullshitting?
Roll me an insight check.
Because I can't believe he doesn't at least know it's been 25 summers.
And Abel, you can private roll it. I can see the result anyway.
Not that great.
Sorry, I have to reconnect.
All good.
Take your time.
All good.
Leaving it up to you whether you roll deception or persuasion.
I'm just putting you down at probably mid-20s.
Yeah, he's honest. He's, doesn't seem to know.
Wow,
Is there a
really?
reason for that you don't keep count?
I mean,
Do you
why
at
would
least
I?
do you at least know if you were born in summer or winter or?
I mean, where I'm from in Jacinta, it's always well, I mean, we do have summers and winters, but it's not very. It's always kind of like very nice weather.
Do you
Roughly.
remember? Do you remember
But
which time of year you
were you
celebrated?
born during rainy season, during the drier season,
I think it was during like actually summer, probably
during the
during
very stormy season?
probably during like fall,
Okay.
ish. But I don't know the exact day, and I honestly don't really keep track.
Alright.
It's
I mean,
it's not really something that
Seems to be a sore point.
yeah.
I mean,
It's humans we don't live so long, and this has all been very like confronting with my own mortality.
okay.
So I don't
I
know.
mean,
I just take it day by day.
So somewhere between 20 and 30.
Yeah.
Closer to 30 at least.
I think it's somewhere in the middle.
huh,
Like if I
alright.
count back, but I have to like I don't like no.
So you're the baby of the group. Good to know.
Only just.
Maybe
Fair.
in years, life experience.
So you're the baby of the group. Good to know.
What about you, Grandma?
Ha ha. I'll I'll let you know I'm not that old. I'm just 33. So
It's pretty old.
Do Celestials normally live longer than humans? I think they do, don't they?
I don't know how long exactly, but I think I've heard stories of us having more lifetime, yes.
It's like a
which
little
is
bit, isn't
usual.
it? Like you normally live like 10, 20 years more, I think.
I honestly don't know how long. I've heard that could be from just a bit more to double the lifespan. I don't know.
It's only humans that get shafted, so don't worry about it.
Well, at least you're not a goblin.
I don't think I would have been here if I was a goblin.
They get really shafted.
Yeah, but they're also
in
like
the
annoying
lifespan.
little fucks.
They are. Thankfully, they do get shafted in the lifespan department because they're really annoying to deal with all the time. But okay. Just reflecting on the nature of our very morbid conversation. And all of us trying to figure out how much longer we're going to live.
I'm wondering since if my kind are more rare here or even less rare than usual, since the language seems to be around, and if that affects me at all with my lifespan, I don't know.
Yeah. I think for the most part it's something we'll probably figure out over the course of coming to live in this world. So
Well, at least we know that it's not too unusual to have other blood, since there's a bunch of tieflings around.
Yes. Still a little bit concerned about the whole elf side of things. They mentioned that like elves aren't completely unusual, but I'm certainly the first one they've ever seen.
I mean, this village is also pretty isolated, so...
Yeah, but they have seen tieflings. They haven't seen elves.
Maybe they're just the seafaring kind, the tieflings, since they're the ones that came first.
Maybe they're more of a seafaring nation. I don't know.
Yes. And maybe elves just stick to the ground.
Maybe. They probably stick to their homes. They might, I don't know, elves might be completely different here. They might be nothing like my people.
True. Who knows?
Which will also be strange to get to terms with. Have your guys' tattoos changed at all?
Why do you ask? Has yours changed?
I mean, mine seems sort of alive anyway. So
alive?
well, like it has the like the pulses going through, like a heartbeat going through the veins of the tattoo. Did you not notice that before? It's very faint, but it's kind of there. I don't know. No, I just thought I'd ask.
Well,
Mine hasn't changed, but
mine has just the tiniest bit grown.
Because you found this guy? He points to Winnie.
Maybe. I don't know. I think I'm just getting. Now that I'm feeling out these powers, maybe I'm getting more used to it. Like
Phantom pain in the chest.
It just rubs slightly at the chest.
What's wrong with your chest?
No, it's just well, weird glass embedded in my chest.
So yeah, it's good enough reason.
But yes, it's just the slightest bit grown.
Okay.
And your stone? Have you grown anymore?
Well, you probably can't see them, so...
Guess I have to strip?
Yeah, just strip. That's probably the best thing.
Thank you so much for that!
Sure.
I actually, like, crossed my arms, like, I will be quiet, I will not say it!
Yeah, I'll strip down the top, like looking at them, flipping my hair.
The stone is not anymore off to the side. It's dead center between the shoulder blades in the spine.
Well,
Gotta like flexing. So
can you feel that?
Can I try to reach for it?
It's moved.
It's what?
I mean, it's like it was on the side before when you showed us last time.
A question and strip?
It was.
It's also about flash with the skin, so it's not like, and now that they mention it,
not
Cassie,
protruding so much.
You have noticed, now you're noticing that it's actually not like uncomfortable with the armor anymore.
Well, yours changed as well.
Has anything else changed? Do you have any more crystals? Like Tiffany had multiple down her back.
And she said if you had any more yet either. So that's
implying it's gonna happen.
I mean, that's the only one I can feel right now. Like, are there any others? Like, you can see.
Right? I don't know. If you remove the rest of it,
I removed the top.
Strip.
Yeah.
No, there's no more stones.
So, yeah.
Maybe for the future.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Roll me a business saving throw. Just kidding.
Come on.
Just kidding.
I guess I should put my clothes back on.
Yeah.
What for?
Okay.
It's not like we haven't. It's not like we haven't all undressed and bathed in a river for hours together.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's not like you're shy.
Well, maybe it's. I don't know, like how people react to people with crystals.
Shy?
Nah, not in front of you guys, but like, what do the villagers think?
You could always grow your hair a little bit.
The villagers are running around half naked. I'm just saying.
The villagers think we're overdressed.
Crystals. In
the okay. Well, yeah.
Maybe you could say it's like a tattoo body decoration.
It's relatively small. I mean, it's not like a ginormous crystal sticking out of your back.
It's also poking out less, right?
Yes, exactly. So
I mean,
it seems like your spine's absorbed it a little bit. If that's even something
I don't want to go that direction right now.
No. It's the size of a vertebrae.
Medical sense is pinging.
I want to point out it's the size of a vertebrae, right?
It's pretty big, still.
It's still not that big.
It's not that
big. Maybe just say it's like a body modification, like jewelry sort of thing. It's not that uncommon even back home to like show off bling on your body like that.
But on your spine?
Is that a normal thing back where you guys come from?
Not where I'm from, I
Not
think.
that normal, but a lot of fancy people like to have some sort of headdresses like that, just on the forehead especially, and just cheekbones and everything. It's very illuminating, blinds you a lot.
I'm now extremely curious and both concerned at the same time about where you've come from, Samira.
Well, it's not like I kept up that tradition. Don't have that money for that. But it was pretty. And if you want to talk to somebody, you had to, well, focus on the eyes, otherwise you'd be pretty blind. They're very good for politics.
And Cassius would also know that they have a habit of marking on their forehead whether they're literate or not.
Yeah,
and if you're not wearing the markings, you're considered illiterate.
Not in Chasenta, but in Turmish, right?
Yeah, where she's from, yeah.
And where I lived for a little bit. Huh.
Interestingly, she doesn't do that.
I mean, I still have the chalk for it in my backpack, but I don't use it now.
Interesting question. Can Samira read?
Fuck you! Excuse me, I can now use 3 dots. If you want to challenge me, this is like a topic you challenge people for. You can get jailed if you lie about it in the country.
Yikes.
Yeah.
That seems a little over the top. You can't read. You lied about it. We're jailing you.
It's heavy shit.
Yeah, that is a very heavy. Like you don't lie about the markings.
Whereas in my community, it would be a case of, wow, you really actually can't read? Okay, well, someone will sit you down and teach you then.
Yeah.
It's like forging official documents if you do an extra dot.
Oof. What if you accidentally slip and it just creates an extra dot by accident?
Well, poor fucking you. Bad day.
Jail time.
Wow. Yikes. Remind me never to chalk my own forehead.
Well, we're never going back there, so.
I mean, I have some right now if you want to try it out.
I'll pass. So, plans, immediate plans. We're kind of done with our training, doing our training, happy is, I don't know, are you guys finished with your training? Are we heading to the capital tomorrow morning?
I think the only thing we have left is to have a practice run, like a combat style, and my testing things out, but that could be done on the road.
Do we want to do that on the road? The chief said it's a day at a push, but you're getting there at night time for the city. Do we want to take our time so that we basically camp outside of like an hour?
I also want to point out that the wind has picked up quite a bit in the last 2-3 days.
Okay, good to know. So we want to get out of here.
Yeah. So the question is, do we want to stop just outside of town, like an hour outside of town, so that we camp, have a night, and then wake up fresh in the morning as we go into town?
That's, I think, a good idea.
Or do we want to get there at night time when we're then pressed for time to find an inn and don't know what to do with the panther and all that kind of stuff?
We should camp for the night outside.
Yeah, and maybe do some of our practicing outside of town. You've managed days in a swamp. I'm sure you'll manage one night.
It's horrible.
Tomorrow we can do some practice runs instead of just theoretically talking about shit. We can try it out.
Yeah, we can.
I can try out to see if I explode during the fight as well.
Preferably not.
Good to know.
That would be a tragic waste to have survived everything this far only to explode now.
Yeah, good to know it would be a waste.
But would it be spectacular?
It would be a waste. It might be spectacular, but it would definitely be a waste.
Sorry, Samira. I don't want you to explode.
I don't want it either. I just also don't want to do it where I can murder people alongside myself. So
Yeah,
well,
I think the group practice we should do outside of town anyway.
yes,
Because A, we don't really want other people to see what we're doing, and B, we don't
I
want
was
to accidentally
thinking
hurt
before.
anyone.
I was thinking maybe at first I'll try to do a one-on-one situation. You keep your distance and keep Vinny with you in case I need help. I can contact you. I figured out he can do pretty long-range contact.
I think we should be like relatively close because if you're really in trouble,
Yes,
like
yes.
we need to be.
Yeah,
Both
we
of
need
you
to
kind
be
could
of
do
like.
long. Both of you could do
Well,
long-range stuff. So
how about Cassius and I practice the stealth side of things whilst you do this,
and
so that we are
long-range support.
Yeah, and we are literally within range of you should anything bad happen.
Yes,
Because
and
we
I'll
can
just
both heal now.
if we decide to do this deliberately, instead of just stumbling upon a creature and getting attacked, I could also get my little ice armor up. That should help me.
Yeah, the weird thing
a
where
bit
you
more.
sucked all the fog in last time.
Yeah. What
Well,
does it
at
do?
least-
Like exactly? Like
Well, it's. I guess it
Does
just
it like
sucks
protect
some
you?
kind of moisture. It's very much like extra armor on top, and I don't know what else it does. It just
Does it like
it
absorb the
yes,
attack?
it helps
if
shield me
somebody
for a
hits
bit.
you?
Yes.
So
So it hits
technically,
the armor instead.
you can make it in 8 hours to the city.
We could leave early morning, get there for lunchtime,
It's
find an inn,
25 miles.
crash. That way we get ourselves into the inn without struggling for time.
And the inn outside should be relatively. Well, these people were more comfortable there,
Well-
so it might be a good like step up point.
Do we want-
regarding the armor, just in case it doesn't work out with water or some moisture of that sort? The first time I used it, there was lack of moisture, so I was bloody instead, so I used blood. So just don't be alarmed.
Yikes.
Yes.
Yeah, it's 25 miles.
Good to know. Okay.
Okay, maybe just have a water on hand so you don't have to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I can prepare a spell that will create water if that's a problem.
I mean,
Or fog. Either or.
we'll see if we prepare for it. I'll just get a nice little shower beforehand with our water.
Yeah.
Should work as well.
Okay.
All right.
Maybe. So it sounds like the most pressing thing is to find out what's going to happen with the panther.
True.
Yeah.
We should in the morning before we. If we leave tomorrow, then we should ask.
If we're gonna leave, it's about. They said it was about an 8-hour journey. So if we're getting there at lunchtime, we're leaving here at like 4 a.m.
Oh.
We're leaving here before dawn.
So we don't want to spend the night beforehand?
Well, I was under the impression it was much further, so I was just gonna say we spend the night anyway. But Cassius clearly doesn't want to.
Well, maybe we can try out that inn just before town instead. Baby steps.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, we can do that, and then maybe come out of town if we need to go and find something for you to fight. Maybe they've got a fighting pit that you can fight in.
Well, if she's going to explode in a fight,
I don't want to go against regular people.
Yeah.
Why not?
That don't
But
pick
animals
fight with me for no reasons, and it's
But
no life or
animals
death
are
situation.
okay? I don't know.
If it's a life or death situation, and also I need to try this out. I'd rather just, unfortunately, kill an animal instead of just exploding in all of your faces and killing you. Priorities.
I'd rather you beat me senseless than kill an animal for no reason other than to test something out. If I'm honest.
I mean, it's kind of like hunting, right?
At least it's controlled to a degree then.
Why? But why would it have to be a nuisance? You could probably find some people.
I don't want to risk blowing up anywhere near you two. Maybe we could find something that could be our dinner or lunch. It's not senseless killing or violence.
I mean, that's better. That I mean, at least you're planning to kill it for food in the first place. That's less of an issue, but just randomly killing something.
Maybe we'll try to hunt down a boar during lunch tomorrow.
Maybe we just find.
You do seem to have a penchant for those, don't you?
It's true, yeah. Or maybe we just find a hobgoblin. You don't need that. Seem to mind killing those.
I mean, I could use some nice ivory earrings to fit with the armbands.
I mean, that's a good use of it. Yeah. If you're going to.
I mean, I don't want to make you uncomfortable. I know you have different moral standards than us.
If you could speak to animals, your standards might change too a little. There's a difference between that and hunting for food, however. So
we could compromise.
Food is fine because that is a natural balance of things anyway. But perhaps rather than just the first random boar we come across, maybe I do a little bit of scouting first.
Maybe that scouting can be used for you two's stealth practice.
True.
Yes, but because I wouldn't want you to just kill the first boar only to find out that it's a sow with piglets waiting for it to come home.
Oh, but then we have extra.
No. And Vieira's gaze is dead serious at this point.
Well, we talked about boundaries, and this is one of yours.
Yes.
I respect that. Right, Cassius?
Mm-hmm.
It's raining.
Ah.
Great. Inside the tent.
Is it gonna rain tomorrow? Can you check?
It's gonna rain tomorrow. It's gonna rain for like the next 3 days.
God damn it.
Fuck.
Now we better go.
I see somebody's using the calendar.
Maybe.
The only thing I would say at the moment, ignore the wind conditions, because they are much more serious than what's shown in the calendar.
Yeah, gathered. But yeah, it's that storm is coming, so we probably want to be in the inn tomorrow night.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whichever way we look at it.
Okay.
All right.
But first of all, let's find out what's going to happen to the panther if we're going to leave here tomorrow morning to get there for lunchtime. Then the people here are still going to be awake, or at least shuffling and trying to sleep. So I'm going to head over to one of the huts. There must be a couple of people still up and about.
Oh, maybe get some rations while you're at it.
This late, nobody's up.
We can do good berries.
In the morning.
Okay. We're leaving at 4 a.m.
Okay.
You guys aren't going to get a long rest. I am.
Huh. Cool.
But the good thing is that we can get there at lunchtime and we can rest at lunchtime.
Why are we leaving at 4 a.m. again?
We can also leave just later and arrive at evening.
We have a whole day.
Come on.
The storm is coming. Do you want to get there later in the
worst
of the
storm? We're going to arrive there at the end of the day anyway. So if it's 6
no, we're not.
Or if it's
we
8,
arrive.
matter.
If we leave at 4, we arrive at lunchtime.
We wanted to have lunch with the boar anyways.
But do you think it's a good idea if we arrive that tired?
Exactly.
Because we don't know what we're gonna find there.
We don't but we can sleep in the inn for a day.
I'd say we go as soon as us two have woken up.
Okay, 5:30.
Please consider us having a proper rest. If we need to
I need my sleep, Vieira, and Cassius puts on a super serious face now. That's my boundary.
Oh. Insight check.
Is it his boundary?
Well, He's
mean,
messing with her.
no, shh.
Yeah.
She doesn't know.
No,
Okay.
he's that
No,
serious.
Okay.
All of us need a proper rest if we're fully capable.
In that case, shut up and sleep. I need less sleep than you do.
Okay.
Let's go.
Aye.
Let's go to sleep.
Okay. This is where we're calling the session.
Ooh, wow.
Overtime again.
I didn't want to interrupt you.
Just a little bit.
Just a
little bit, yeah. 45 minutes, little bit.
Yeah, I didn't wanna interrupt you.
I think it's normal for us by now.
Yep.
You were so into talking to each other. I was like, okay, yeah, I'm just gonna chill here and smile the entire time. It's fine. It's fine. But yeah, okay, let's wrap it up. Go to the office, then we can talk about like plans and stuff. I'll wrap it up here, and I'll be right back.
See you there.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, guys, hi. I hope you enjoyed watching. It was a very calm episode, cause they were leveling. I hope you enjoyed. We will be back on Wednesday. I am not in pain anymore, so it should be fine. I will drop you. No, nobody there that fits. Erica is streaming, but she's doing Resident Evil, so that doesn't match. So we're just gonna what's for Wednesday. But hopefully we can do the missed rolls from Friday that we missed out on. So that's what we're gonna do on Wednesday. Do the rolls that we were supposed to do on Friday. And for Steve we're gonna do a double one on Friday, because he's not gonna be awake. And wrapping up Anna's Leader, yeah. I hope you enjoyed, and see you all on Wednesday. We're doing Panvent now, you guys. We're doing Panvent, finally. We're going to the city. Woo! Yeah. Anyway, going now. See ya. Love you all. And bye.